Welcome to the puzzle stream, and indeed, probably the last puzzle stream of 2022. We're going to begin with some unfinished business. This is a puzzle that I played about a month ago, and I think I spent quite a long time not being able to solve it. It took me about an hour just to get the first step down, but as usual, after I logged off, I think I visualized what the solution is supposed to be, and it has taken me all month to get back to it to sort it out, so I'd like to do it fairly quickly and take this off the list just to wrap up some unfinished business before we get into the new year. So let's take a look once again at Low Bud Get Puzzle from the Low Budget Puzzle contest earlier in the year by Ape Taster, who we recently featured as part of the Alternate Dimensions contest, which has just concluded on our stream anyway. Work with your Koopa pal to get that pesky Skip Squeak. Yes, we will. Alright, so we know that we need to eventually pop out here with a key. And we know that, well, we can just do that immediately, and that the opening segment here is just there as a bit of a demonstration. So, first things first, let's just recover what we did in this puzzle. So the step that took me an age to put together was how to obtain the Koopa shell in this location. We did eventually figure that out, but I think I need to walk through the sequence once again. I believe it had to do with activation of the P-switch, followed by obtaining all those coins down there. Now, let's see if I can recall how to do it. Because it's not going to be like this, since the P-switch does need to expire before we can go through the door. But the shell also comes out here immediately. And you can use the shell to smash these blocks as well, which is important because we just dump the shell in that location right away. And then you can also use that, kick this out into this position. Now, the critical piece of the puzzle that we had to figure out the other time was that we can, in fact, duck into the spring, let an additional Koopa spawn, and then pick up the spring afterwards, so we have access to both a Koopa on the outside, a red Koopa that's going to walk back and forth very conveniently, as well as a spring that's available at the same time, which we will need eventually, because the idea, I believe, is probably to kill the Skip Squeak for the key. That seems to be the clue, the door in the opening room. And we took a while to figure out what the interaction was supposed to be, but I think I do finally see it. This P block here is pretty suspicious. I think one thing we had considered previously was whether to perhaps hit a P-switch and get a Koopa to walk off. We couldn't quite get a right bounce on it, but I think we were on the right track to get the Koopa to bounce all the way up here. However, to do that, I think first we must... well, let's toss this up and not lose it, first of all, and... let's see if I can recall how to do that. Yeah, let's just spring it up there, take it back with us, and take it into the slot before we have a Koopa spawn on the pipe. We can block the pipe spawns just from proximity like that. Great. And then I think what we do is... previously I was trying all these shenanigans with sliding here and there, but I think it's actually simpler than that. We just let the Koopa walk down and drop on top of the spring and then spring up. But the question is, do we get it out of the shell, or do we do something else with it first? I don't know. But I think we just let it walk. And I think possibly what we do is just some kind of push to get the Skip Squeak to jump over to the upper level, over the semi-solid on the right. So let's just try that. Oh no, we can't do it that way. We have to do it while the Koopa is directly on top of the P block, so it doesn't walk back and forth the way that red Koopas do. So that timing wasn't quite right. We'll need to reset this. Let's just redo the timing pretty quickly, but I think we have the general idea. So, Just toss this. Whoops. Be extra careful. No particular advantage to taking the shell with us, I don't think. And no particular advantage to hitting the P-switch right now. Whoops. What we need to do is, first of all, be a little more careful about the execution. After we grab that. Yeah, in fact, the opening section does quite a good job of demonstrating the skip squeak jump height. That was previously one of the things I wasn't paying enough attention to, was that we can get the skip squeak to perhaps jump into the top right corner once we just get it away from that ceiling. So let's try this again. And let's move on up. Okay, we want to duck down here immediately. So yeah, step one here was the critical piece, and again, it took me far too long to put together last time, but we finally do have it. And I think our aim will matter quite a bit here. We just get the Koopa to walk on top of the P block while facing right, and hopefully it's going to spring all the way up top. It is not. And I think I had tried this previously and given up with it, but I feel like, I don't know if there's maybe something else I need to do with the positioning here as it falls down, but I can actually get that to work with some kind of positioning adjustment on the spring. I don't know if it's too far left or too far right, and I think I may have to do a bit of trial and error here to sort that out. But yeah, I definitely remember trying that on one of my previous attempts and probably giving up on it. So we're going to attempt it again until it works. But I think it absolutely should be possible. So let's just duck back in here and head on down. Maybe we'll put it all the way at the bottom of the slope. Either that or it's going to be directly under the P. I'm not exactly sure. But I feel like part of the problem was that the Koopa was walking left when I set it down from the P block. I don't know if it typically reverses. But perhaps you needed to have it walk right to left and kind of deflect off the wall. Regardless, we do need to figure out how to get that to work. So maybe we get it to turn around and face first. Not quite. Possibly the spring is too far to the left right now if you look at the slope. I'm not sure if this is an execution barrier or, you know, or if there is an additional puzzle step here that I need to do to get the Koopa positioned cleanly. It may just naturally be that difficult as a maneuver, as it seems like it is a puzzle of some pretty tight edge cases, but I don't know if we need to get it into the shell form at some point, perhaps. Just to get the right kind of bounce. Anyway, sprint up here, and let's try it again. We'll face away, and let's try to spring all the way at the bottom of the slope and see if it makes any kind of difference. I don't know if it will, because it might, because it's partly the horizontal positioning that's making a difference here, where we were perhaps too far to the left. So you want the Koopa to kind of angle its way down. Feels like it's going to bump on this ledge, though. But we'll try it. We haven't really tried this outside position yet. So. Nope, complete miss. We'll try this a few times, because previously I was thinking that maybe we needed to bump the Koopa to the right side or something to get it to walk off properly, but I think it is going to be this drop. It's just that we haven't quite managed to execute it yet. So let's try it again. It's an interesting idea. I think maybe the fact of it being built in the one-screen layout does constrict the slope placement in such a way that the actual execution of the mechanic might feel unnaturally tight, but we'll have to See if that's the case, or if I am in fact missing a puzzle step that could make this easier. It looks like I am kind of guessing this position right now, and the timing of the shell as well, which is unfortunate, but we'll try to make it work. Yeah, we'll just loop back and do it again. Oh no, we need to loop back and do it again because I was supposed to fall in without dying to the Koopa after the initial crouch. The initial crouch really is the biggest early breakthrough. It took me a long time to find step 1. From the 8 taster puzzles that I've played, it does look like sometimes that's the approach that he favors, is a long step 1 at times. Let's maybe try to align this to the P-switch. Yeah, Koopa's going to drop straight down, though, and I feel like it's just going to miss. Maybe this half-tile placement like that might be better, but the deflections off the wall do look like they're going to be somewhat unforgiving. So let's see if... Nope. Complete miss. It does need to be standing completely over the P block. It needs to be right over that edge. So, we need to try it again quite a few times before we get it, perhaps. I am going to try it again. I sometimes find that I give up too easily after mistakes that are actually execution-based rather than something missing in the solution, but it's also easy to have a bit of tunnel vision. Whoops. And fixate excessively on a step that you are certain is correct, only to discover that you are missing some nuance. So, we'll try to avoid that. We'll attempt to place it a little more advantageously. Right under here, it looks like it might miss. As long as it is completely over the P block, though, I should be fine. And perhaps I do need it to be facing right, so it's going to fall correctly. Whoop! No. Yeah, as you can see, it had already turned around by that point. I don't know if there's a better way to do that. Because if I hit the P-switch up here, I can't really do any kind of remote deflection of the shell, which is unfortunate. I don't know if there's a way to position it. It could also be that if we place this on top and get Koopa to fall at the same time, I don't know about that. That doesn't seem right. But it does seem kind of like I'm just guessing the position there, which is unfortunate. If I can find a clean placement, then we'll be in good shape. And Mario, welcome. Whoops. And Mario, don't know if you saw when I played this a few weeks ago. I didn't finish it at the time. I reconsidered the solution. I think I see it, but I also think that I am executing it poorly. And so we haven't found a solution, or rather we haven't managed to do the step the way I want it just yet. Or I do not want the Koopa to have a bad bounce up top. I do want it to fall immediately, and perhaps I do need it to fall to the left towards that wall, rather than have it reverse. Like reverse, oh, nope, too late. It needs to be completely over that block. Yeah, too easy to fail this and have to reset it, I think. It is a very interesting solution, but if it's what I think it is. But we need to get it up top in the first place, and I don't know if we're missing some kind of positional trick to make that easier. Like perhaps hitting the shell and having the Koopa come in here in a wake-up position or something. But no, I do want the Koopa to be completely intact going over there. Actually, no. I know what to do. I want the Koopa to run over. That means I'm going to steal its shell. Because I want it to run over to this position. Yeah, because the walking speed is not working. I need running speed, and to get running speed, I need the Koopa to chase the shell. And so I know what adjustment I have to make, I think. Interesting if the puzzle is designed in such a way that you have to have that little adjustment. Because I need the Koopa to chase anyway. It's not enough to get it to just step. Okay, so we pick this up. And then I'm going to launch the shell up. Nope, that's not what I wanted to do. I was not supposed to bounce on it myself. I was trying to soft drop it onto the spring. Let's try it again. I was trying to soft drop it onto the spring so it goes up to the top. I think I do see the solution. It's just... Yeah, no, I was trying to do this Koopa drop repeatedly when what I want to do is I want the naked Koopa to drop down to the spring. But in order to do that, I do have to launch the shell up separately. And then I cannot have the naked Koopa walk off. I have to do things pretty quickly. So maybe that's not correct, because naked Koopa is going to run to the left, and that's going to be a problem. Okay, there's step one. Maybe I can wall jump with it. I don't know about that. I think that would be a little bit tricky. I do a shell throw the same way I do a spring throw to get a shell on top. Yeah, because I don't really have the opportunity to move this back down, so let's say I get this. Nope. Let's move this guy. Nope, that's not what I want. I want it up top. I should launch on top of the spring, but I don't want the Koopa to walk off. A little bit tricky. But I do need that speed, I think, otherwise it's not going to walk off correctly in the way that I want. Nope, too slow. Very easy to die to second guessing the execution here. Let's try it again. I think I do see the solution once again. I think ultimately what I want to do is have a naked Koopa come up here and then push the Skip Squeak over. But to do that, we need to get the shell up there without having the Koopa fall off the middle location. And that's going to be tricky. There could be something I'm missing in the process of trying to assemble that. Anyway, let's try this again. Let's get down here. Duck. Let it go. Whoops, nope. Mistake. Again, very easy to just force a reset from pressing the wrong button at the wrong time. I wonder if this puzzle would be a lot more comfortable to execute if we were not constrained to one screen, or if you'd be dealing essentially with the same kinds of issues in order to have it work as intended. But yeah, I want to soft drop the shell here, and then I want to take it up. Nope. And no, it's gonna walk off. That's not what I want. But what I actually can do is jump. No, I don't want to jump up that high. I wanted to do a jump that allows me to set the shell down without bouncing myself up there. And yeah, that's going to be a little bit tricky. I probably should have practiced that on that attempt just now without dealing with the time pressure added by the naked Koopa, but we'll do what we can. So let's say we do this, and then, whoops. Nope. Once again, running into some issues with execution because I do need to spring in the middle position under the P-switch in order for the Koopa to run correctly over there. So the idea that I'm going for is Naked Koopa runs over, bounces off the spring, bounces up to the Spiny. Not to the Spiny, to the Skip Squeak. But in order to do that, I need Naked Koopa to be in position while I get the shell upstairs. And that's the step that I'm missing right now, is that I don't have a clean way to toss the shell up there and stop the Naked Koopa from running to the left and get the spring down here in time. And I wonder if... no, we do need the spring here right away. I wonder if using the P-switch in the corner to kill a Koopa in the bottom right might actually be the answer here. Where we place a shell in the bottom right and then kill it, and then... yeah, rather than having the Koopa chase the shell, maybe I go up and then I just kill it. I'll try to show you what I mean. We might not even need to place it or anything, we just... in fact, I don't need to take the Koopa shell upstairs. I should place it on the right over here. Well, no, it's going to walk right off. No, timing just does not work for this at all. Because if the shell dies, then I think it chases me, but I need to check this. I mean, this attempt is blown, so let's just check this anyway. Let's check the mechanics just to make sure we know how it works. So let's say we kill the shell, then second Koopa spawns, but then the first Koopa no longer does the fast walk. And I don't know if I necessarily need it to go fast. I think I do need it to go fast in order to run over. Oh, that's interesting that it dies at the end of that, but that's because it died to the bricks on the right side spawning over it with a 2-tile height. So, let's try it again. I mean, this is partly used as P-switch control, I think, for preventing some shenanigans with the spring being obtainable twice, perhaps, but I'm not exactly sure. I think we kind of have the right idea. But we definitely need to unshell the Koopa at some point. Whoops. And the question is what we do with the shell. We can just kick the shell, I think, and then... but the problem is that the shell is going to land in here. And actually, the Koopa slows down after the shell dies, so we don't want that. We want the shell to be on the right side. And then I want to go up immediately. But then I want the shell to continue being available so the Koopa can continue to run over the Skip Squeak once it does bounce up. So I feel like I am supposed to take it with me, but the problem is this jump over here. Hang on, let's execute this again just to demonstrate. Yeah, nope, too slow. Trying to get down to the pipe before the Koopa spawns. A little too slowly. Let's drop. Okay, so I need the Koopa to bounce up. I need it to bounce up while it has running speed. And with the P-switch active. Which means I need it to be unshelled, then I need to hit the P-switch. Why don't I just place the shell on the right side? But then the problem is that the Koopa wakes up before I can get to it. Oh, no, whoops. That's not what I wanted. And unfortunately, I can't wall jump when I'm holding something, which is part of the problem here. That I don't have a good way to actually pick it up and take it up. Like, you can kind of do a bounce like this, but then it's very easy to just overbounce. Unless, of course, you take this and then... Let's say we... Yeah, no, that's too high. I see what I want to do, I just haven't figured out how to make the placement and the timing work. Because the Koopa comes out of the shell so quickly. On the other hand, one destroyed shell does lead to a second Koopa spawning, and that might be part of this. Nope, once again, too slow. It's so easy to die to this thing. That's okay, I was running pretty low in time with that attempt anyhow. Okay, we'll take this down. I feel like I should practice the shell throw just to see if it's doable. Like if we can actually get the shell above without getting myself above. No, because even the slightest tap takes me over. However, if we take one shell across, notice that, first of all, no additional Koopa spawns yet. And I was hoping to have a shell available up top. But no Koopa spawns yet. If we hit the P-switch, then you get a Koopa spawn, but then... No. We need to go back to what we were doing before. Taking a shell through won't work. We always need to take the spring through in order to get this as the first move. And just dropping the Koopa on this doesn't seem to work. If it did work, that would be great, but I don't think that's going to be it. Yeah, maybe I just need to be really quick. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to do that. On the other hand, this is perhaps mildly recoverable. So if the Koopa runs over... Yeah, the thing is that Koopa wakes up so quickly. Maybe if I kick it out and have it come back over here and gradually get the Koopa into this position. Don't like it. Yeah, I thought this would be fairly straightforward, but getting the Koopa shell up top is surprisingly challenging. Let's... Oh, nope, didn't want to kick it down there. Yeah, because very difficult to execute that in a sensible way. But if I can do that shell throw, we might just need to practice it to find the right positioning, because if I can do that shell throw and get the shell up without... Yeah, that's going to be tricky. If I can get the shell upstairs, that would be ideal. But right now it's tricky to see how that's going to work. Because what I want to do is kick the shell up while the Koopa is unshelled. I may be overcomplicating it. It may be that the positioning should work for the Koopa to just run over here. Where... I mean, if I just unshell it, right, then... And if I just drop the shell to the right, perhaps... Then what is the issue? The issue mainly is that I just can't go fast enough to take the Koopa upstairs. toss the spring up, but I can't toss the shell up without bumping into it. No, once again, you're even just a little bit late on the execution. You just died to that. Which I find very unfortunate. Okay. Let's try this again. There's some kind of placement trick that will allow me to do this. Here's placement trick number 1. It's going to run on top. Do I even bother to unshell it? Maybe not. Maybe we just need to walk it over, but I find that unlikely. I feel like running speed is the missing piece of the puzzle here. We can try it again. We just need the Koopa to be completely onto P-switch and facing right. And maybe I am overcomplicating this. No, the thing is, it just doesn't go. But it does seem like it's coming a bit low, doesn't it? Where if it's coming low and hitting the wall, then maybe I just need to place the spring higher directly under the P-switch. And maybe that's the only fix I need, is to just place it in a better position. Because right now, the issue seems to be that the Koopa is hitting the wall to the left of the Skip Squeak, and it's not going high enough, which just means that my spring placement needs to be further left. Hang on, nope, we need to do this again. Yeah, because I just don't see a good way to unshell the Koopa and have that work. I think it just needs to be in the Koopa shell in a very standard way, and proceed from there. If possible, then I'm massively overcomplicating this, and that we solved this long ago. So let's say we place this as high as possible, where it's kind of still on the slope here. And then we try to bounce the Koopa up. Walk. Nope, not quite. It doesn't work. And unfortunately, I don't know how I can control its facing direction. Still too low, maybe. I mean, unshelling it for the speed gain sounds like the right idea, but I don't really see it. Yeah, bounce it up. Maybe I do need to naked Koopa on top of here, or I need a shell on top here so the Koopa kind of has momentum when it runs over into the P. So let's say we just unshell the Koopa over here so it runs towards the P switch. Nope. Nope. And it doesn't. It will run. I think if we placed a shell to the right and have it run, like maybe I can do it quickly enough. But that seems really time sensitive. Much more time sensitive than I'd like. Go down. Up this once again. So let's kick the Koopa, drop a shell down here, and then run over. There we go. That's what I want. Except now it's going to die to the P-switch, which is not good. He's too far to the left. I think I needed to place the red shell all the way over to the right, and that's the right idea. Okay, we're close, we're close. We just needed to not be in that position. Tactics 47, Happy New Year to you as well. Wishing you some excellent finds on the board and off in the year ahead. Now let's move over here. Let's try this again. I'm close. Whoops, nope. Once again, need to get off the pipe a lot faster. Or we have the Koopa spawn. Let's try it again. But I think we have approximately the right idea. We take the Koopa out, we place the shell all the way on the right side. Right now it's too far to the left. And I think positionally we know approximately what to go for. Okay, grab this. And we'll drop it. Grab this. So we did manage to get the Koopa on top. The running speed absolutely matters, as I suspected. And so it's entirely the positioning that we need to fix. So we race it over. We hit the... Whoa. Okay, this was almost right. The only thing that was wrong was the spring position, too far to the left. So we place it down about halfway down that slope, and we do that again. That should be the right idea. Yeah, that's the positioning that I've been looking forward to for the last half an hour or so. I think we finally have it. We'll need to verify that. But the running speed means that I can activate the P-switch in advance. I don't need to time the Koopa's positioning on top of it, because if I hit the P-switch as soon as possible, that's going to work. So yeah, we strip it out of the shell, we place the shell further to the right. We just need to get the Koopa to bounce, and that's the only missing piece. Okay, so we'll do it halfway down the slope this time. Same idea, we need to place the shell quite a bit further to the right. There we go. There we go. And then it's going to be in that position. The problem with this is that it's just going to stay in that position. So I think the shell actually did need to be all the way to the right. So it would be killed by the P-switch. And then the Koopa can be sad, but at least it will run over there in the correct position. Yeah, because it's not running far enough, and I don't have a good way to kill the shell right now. I do need to kill the shell in order to proceed. We're getting closer, though. Getting a lot closer. But I absolutely need to... yeah, and if you just place the shell in the rightmost possible position, that's not really going to work. However, if you place it all the way in the top corner, and then initially when the P-switch activates, the P-switch creates a block. The shell falls on top of the P-block. Then falls again and it's in a vacant position, so that's not going to work. I do need a shell to actually die. Well, let's figure out the positioning then. That's going to go up. Or I could just drop the shell on top of here, and then it just picks it up on the way up. I don't know. But it seems like I need to sneak the shell all the way over here. If I kill it, then the Koopa slow walks over. Yeah, I need to chase first and then drop it. I don't know if I have time to do it. So, it'll be positionally really kind of tricky because, you see, much too slow. Much too slow. You do get a second one, though. Yeah, it takes far too long to actually get over there. Unless, of course, I just eliminate all of these blocks first, so I don't have to tuck in that corner. I mean, just as a pure execution consideration, perhaps, yeah, that makes things easier, because then I can just fall in. And we can try that. Very tricky setup, though. We kick the shell, we drop the shell all the way to the right, then we make it back over for the P-switch before it's too late. Nope, too late. If I can get a shell up here, that would be best, but then I'm trapped on the left side after the P-switch activation. See, I'm still unclear as to whether my roadblock right now is a puzzle roadblock or an execution roadblock. Because we can definitely get it to run to the right, we just can't get it to run far enough. And I don't think we can get it to run far enough until I have figured out how to kill the shell after the position that we dropped it into. We can kick the Koopa into this position. The shell will be on the left. The Koopa will run, it will bounce, it will hopefully deflect off the wall and then go up. Maybe that's what will work. But then how do you kill the shell to have it continue to walk? Because if the shell is on the left, then once the Koopa bounces up, it's going to walk off to the left. Can't have that. I think kicking it to the left and dropping it to the right is still probably the right idea. We're just going to do it faster and cleaner. Nope, and then it stops because it's disappointed. Okay, that's not going to work. Because it loses all momentum immediately. Maybe, nope, it's just going to die to that location. Okay. That's not right. Because as soon as the shell dies, once an additional Koopa spawns, then the first naked Koopa follows the second one. The second one will not be in position. It's possible I'm just completely overcomplicating it, and it is just supposed to walk down and jump, but the running speed seems to solve a lot of issues, though, so I kind of think that will be the key. Because the running speed definitely gets the Koopa up top. So we can take this. One thing I can do is perhaps... well, let's figure this out. Let's see if we can actually get the shell up top. No. If we can figure out a good way to bounce a shell and do it quickly, then we might be in business. But so far I've been thinking about it in terms of a like this. Now the problem is that the shell would still be on the left after the P-switch activation, and that would prevent the Koopa going where you need it to go. So we know this, that perhaps you can drop shell to the right. Koopa's going to go up. Maybe I want the Koopa to reunite with the shell after the P-switch activation, which means perhaps you leave this on top. And then you have the Koopa run and catch the shell in midair on the way up. That sounds crazy, but I feel like as soon as it gets in the shell, it's going to lose all forward momentum, which is what I would guess would happen. So the idea is you do it like this. Oh, whoops, no. That's not right. Let's do the setup properly first. No, hang on. That's not properly either. Keep forgetting that I need to go down right away. Up it goes. Okay. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to get the shell to bounce on top of the spring and have the Koopa recover it without me doing anything additional. So the idea is we do this. It's going to run back, and I'm going to be much too slow. Nope, it's going to run after it, and that's positionally not it at all. And then it's going to run... you know what? After the shell dies, notice that it is running after me initially. Until it hits a wall and calms down. So perhaps I do need the shell to die. But then I'm stuck on the left side here, and that's why the Koopa freezes in position. So I need some way for the shell to die upon the P-switch expiry, which is not what I see right now. Thank you for the follow. I'm gonna see about that. Let's try it again. I feel like the running speed will matter, but I'm not exactly sure how. Let's try to do the initial setup again. So if I can get Red Koopa to run over here and bounce, that's the idea. But then I need Red Koopa to continue and follow me, which will only happen perhaps after a second P-switch activation. No, that could be right. You kick the Koopa to the left. You drop the shell over here. Koopa's going to follow. It's going to bounce up. But then how do you get the second activation? Let's say you put the Koopa shell on top of here. First activation drops it on top of the P block. P-switch expires. P-switch then drops the Koopa shell into the bottom right. Then it's not going to push the Skeep Squeak far enough because it's just going to stop over here. I need some way to place the shell up top. And even that's not going to work because the Koopa is not going to go far enough. Maybe I just needed to walk off. We can try it again. Maybe it's positionally just something that I was doing poorly up to this point, where you just get it to walk. Nope, it doesn't. Running definitely works. walking it off seems inconsistent. Which is why, you know, you don't really do a 3D world puzzle like this unless you unshell the Koopa at some point. Just the way I'm thinking about it. Seems implausible that the solution would somehow not involve unshelling the Koopa. But it could be something to do with its wake-up state as well, which is something I hadn't considered. Okay, let's say you drop it over here. Let's go over here. You kick the shell, you get Koopa to walk to the left. And if the shell is on top of this location, it's just going to bounce indefinitely. If the Koopa shell is over here, then it walks over to Skip Squeak and does not push it far enough. If the shell is perhaps bouncing back and forth, so let's say we throw it back and forth, and that's not going to work either. Because I believe the shell will just go through without colliding if it works. Oh, I mean, it's a 3D World collision, and who knows how 3D World works. Okay, it does go back and forth. So let's say we do that quickly, and get the shell to just continue bouncing like that. And I wonder if the movement will get the Skip Squeak to run over. We have 60 seconds on this. Let's just restart this. Because maybe the shell bounce actually is the right idea. That's not what I had in mind initially, but this is also much more complicated than I initially thought. Whoops. Picked it into myself. That's not a great idea. But now that we've established that the shell does, in fact, bounce off the side of the trampoline, which I probably should have remembered. That may be a breakthrough in some fashion. But I still don't really understand the second part, which is to get the Koopa to push the Skip Squeak hard enough to take it all the way to the right. Okay, let's drop down immediately. Let's remember that. So yeah, let's do the shell kick this time. It feels like that's part of the reason why you would want this platform here and this on the side, is to have a shell bounce back and forth. We'll kick the shell and then we will hit the P-switch immediately, instead of dawdling. Okay, have this guy run. And he's going to slowly move the Skip Squeak over. And can I get him to follow me? Not really, because the shell will not die. So how is it we can get the shell to die in this state? If I pop the shell using the corner P-block, it dies and then the Koopa will not be able to follow me over because I am stuck on the left side without having activated the P-switch. This seems to be roughly the right idea, it's just that we need to kill the shell somehow in this state. I don't see a good way to do it. Let's see. I believe I still don't have this one yet. I was sure I had the right idea. But yeah, maybe the running state isn't actually necessary. I should rethink that. And maybe the problem is just my height here, that we just leave this as high on a slope as possible. And just drop this guy. Nope. Or we drop the spring as it's walking over and then have the spring kick it up. So for example, put this on top and then drop it while the Koopa's walking down. It's going to drop at the same time though. Can't be right. I was sure I had this. That is such a specific piece of movement trickery. And yeah, if you do this, it just blocks it off in this location. Koopa does not come down at all. But if you place the shell on the right while the Koopa is trapped in this position, then you don't need to race it. Let's see if I can demonstrate how that looks. Let's say you place this on top. Then you unshell it. MGM1, welcome. Oh, whoops, kicked the Koopa too far. Let me give MGM1 a shout out while I'm busy executing this. I think I can see a way to make the execution a little bit easier, though. Thanks for bringing in your party of 6. I've been on this puzzle for the last little while. It's actually our second sitting with this. I started this one about a month ago and only went back to it today. And Tech Wolves, welcome as well. Okay, I think I see a way to make the execution easier. Which is to place the spring here and then place the shell on the right side. And then when you hit the P-switch, first of all, the running state can be held indefinitely if you use this as a blocking piece. The question is, can I... Yeah, so you kick the Koopa to the right. Like this, and then you take it over like this. Then you freeze it in a running position, and then you drop the spring. Now the question is, then how do you actually keep it running afterwards? If I can take the shell up with me, then I've got a solution, but the problem is if I take the shell to the left, it's going to start chasing. If I kill the shell, then a new Koopa is going to spawn in this location, and it will also start chasing. And Storm Striker, welcome. Yeah, MGM1, hope Phoenix Wright was going on. Well, with you, I actually still haven't played the series. I meant to pick up Ace Attorney Trilogy at some point, but never got around to it. Okay, if we drop the shell on top of this location... Koopa runs over. Shell falls on top of the P-switch. Shell remains on a P-switch. P-switch expires. Shell just drops over into the bottom right corner. That will accomplish nothing. So what do we do instead? Yeah, I can get the Koopa to run for as long as I want, but I need some way to destroy the shell afterwards, and I just don't have that. Because, well, let's make sure this first interaction works, and then we'll try to piece together the rest. The idea is that we can have a piece of interaction here that is less time sensitive, where you get the Koopa in a running state. You bounce it up. You push the skip squeak over. Oh, hey, that might be far enough. That may actually be far enough. Come on, Skip Squeak. Get over here. It's almost there. Look at that. Almost there. We needed to get it one further tile. But the Koopa just insists on being stuck in that position, which is probably precisely why the ball ended there. It is so close to being right, this thing here. So close to being correct. And we don't have it. So I hit the P-switch. The Koopa runs over. And you beat the first episode of the third game already, and it was beyond amazing. Interesting. So yeah, Ace Attorney is something I've been putting off forever. I had it kind of on my to-do list way back on 3DS, and then never got around to it, and then they re-released a trilogy on Switch. And I've had some people tell me that it is probably my kind of thing. But anyway, 9 seconds. Let's just start over. We are so close to getting this right. So we can do the trap here. And then the drop does take the Koopa over immediately. The problem is, how do we kill the shell? What do you have to shell down below? It's not going to squish, though. It's just going to pick the Koopa up. Okay, let's blow all that up. I don't know if I need the second Koopa to make this work. Plan on streaming or just playing it for fun? Well, I mean, I need to get to it first. It might be some time before I do that, just given the state of my backlog, but if I do pick it up, I should strongly consider streaming it, probably. Might be a long time from now, though, given how my schedule is looking for the next long while. But yeah, it's definitely been on my wish list for ages and ages. Okay, so we place this here. We kick the Koopa over here. Then we need to figure out the shell placement. The shell placement is the critical piece right now. If I can take the shell upstairs, that solves so many problems. No, wrong way. Needed to kick it to the other side. That's okay, we'll just kill it, probably. No, because then the shell is still alive, and that does not help. Hang on, let's redo this one. I don't see any advantage to hitting the P-switch right now. Hang on. Do it again. Okay, do the crouch over here. Spring it up. Take it over. Now, if the Koopa is in the running state, I think it does die immediately. Killing the shell spawns the new Koopa. We don't want that to happen. Anyway, we want to kick this to the right. We want to get this to run to the right. Kill it with the P-switch. Koopa will probably be in the disappointed state immediately. It's not going to walk off in the way I want. However, if it's not in the chasing state, then yeah, no, it's going to follow the new shell on the left side. That's not going to work. But I want it to follow for as long as I can so I can push the skip squeak all the way over. Possibly what I need to do is have the skip squeak on top of the cloud, and then maybe it will be pushed far enough. Maybe that's the purpose of the cloud here, is that you get the skip squeak in a top position and the Koopa pushes it a little bit differently so it ends up one tile further. Ooh, I don't like this. Well, hang on. Wrong way. Nope. Wrong. Okay. Yeah, the skip squeak definitely holds the key. I think that's what is suggested in the opening screen. And so I want to get the skip squeak pushed to the top right so I can kill it. So we have one really critical piece of the puzzle, which is stacking myself on top of the spring. so we can keep it. We solved that last time. It took me about an hour to do. And if the Koopa drops off the P-switch normally, it doesn't walk fast enough to get up top, so I can't just drop it by itself, I don't think. But then, if I get it in the running speed, then it gets up high enough, but then I can't get it to run far enough to push to the location I want. But maybe, if I bounce this a little further, what we'll do is take this to the right, take this to the right, take this all the way. And perhaps if I jump to make the Skip Squeak go up on top of the cloud, then the push will actually bounce it far enough. Maybe that's the adjustment I need to make. Let's try it. Let's get it in the running state, first of all. Oh, no. Then it just runs over. Okay, that doesn't work either. But what if I get the Koopa to push the Skip Squeak into the P? That might work, actually. That might legitimately work, because as you can see, if I jump with the Skip Squeak, then I can get the Koopa to run back. And if I can get it to push the Skip Squeak to the left, then the Skip Squeak dies to the P switch, and then I win. Instead of the P switch dying to the top right corner, which looks like it's probably the intended way. But then in order to do that, I need the Koopa to run over to the right and then back to the left. Which would imply getting the shell to bounce. Which would mean I have to go back to the previous solution that I had. Yeah, because I get it to push the Skip Squeak up and then to the left. Let's see if I can set that up. It's tricky, but I feel like it should work. Okay, we drop down immediately. And this goes up. Then we set this down, and we bounce the shell. Yeah, set this down. Then we bounce the shell. After kicking the Koopa to the left. Then we hit the P-switch. This guy runs over. And then we get him to push the Skip Squeak over to the left. And hopefully the Skip Squeak dies. Great! Excellent! We got it. We got it. That's not what I had in mind, but we got it. Okay, good. Do I focus primarily on Maker 2? Yes, I do. That's the main thing I've been streaming since I started streaming. I originally kind of mostly focused on indie games for a little bit when I was a very small streamer, but even back then Maker was my main thing. It's just that it ended up being my main streaming thing after a couple of weeks of settling into a regular audience. But I am planning to play some other games from time to time, but the most regular thing would be Mario Maker for sure, and it's the only thing I've been streaming for the past few weeks. Yeah, I was hoping to launch the Skip Squeak up to the top right. I understand that there's actually a second de-cheesed version of this puzzle, and I don't actually know if I cheesed it or if I did it the intended way. Small hint in the comments. Let's see. And yeah, Purgatory Puzzle we played as part of the Alternate Dimensions project, and it was excellent. Definitely one of my favorites there. I wonder if there was a hint in the comments here as well. Probably not. You can get a Koopa without losing the spring. Yeah, we know that. We figured that out last time. I want to take a very brief look at the supposedly de-cheesed version just to see if we can get clear number 2 on it, because I don't know if we did it the cheesy way or not. But we will take a quick look. I'm not going to spend too long on it if it's a totally different solution, but yeah, maybe I could have killed it in 2 ways. Oh, interesting placement of this cloud. So does my previous solution still work? I think it should, because if I hit the P-switch, I am trapped in the middle, but the Skip Squeak should be able to chase me. Oh, no, maybe not. Because if I hit the P-switch, then I'm unable to jump to get the P-switch on the left. So this might actually kill my solution, if I understand this correctly. Because then I'm unable to jump to get the Koopa to dislodge the Skip Squeak in the way I want. So on the other hand, if I hit the P-switch, I think... Am I trapped in a P? I might not be, because if I'm in a one-tile position, let's say I'm in a one-tile position, I'm still able to get the Skip Squeak to jump if I'm under a one-tile ceiling. Let's try it under a formal one-tile ceiling like this. Yeah, so I can get the Skip Squeak to jump even if I'm... Not if I'm trapped in the P block, but if I'm trapped above the P block after pressing the P-switch. So the question is, where am I trapped? And then we'll have to figure that out, because I think it might still be possible. If it's not possible to do it my way, then we will bail on this for now, but we'll try it. This is slightly revised. But it's clearly preventing some shenanigans after the activation of the P-switch, and also something here with the drop. Although maybe this is actually slightly easier, because perhaps you can drop this guy in this position and get the Koopa in the running state. But no, we're going to do things the way I did previously. Oh, I see. No, it does kill my solution because I can't get the shell to bounce back and forth anymore the way I was doing. Because in order to do that, I need to place the spring down here, and that idea is killed now because the Koopa will not drop all the way. So I think you would need to go with the previous solution where you get the Koopa in the running state going to the right, and then you have to figure out some other way of disabling the shell. It is, however, in a slightly more convenient position now. Yeah, the D-Cheese version actually seems to kill a lot of the stuff I was trying. However, if I place the Koopa here, then perhaps it does run past the shell and then run back to it, maybe. And then perhaps I can still do a similar solution. If I place this like directly in this location, perhaps, then I can get the shell to kind of overshoot it and then run back. Maybe I need a shell to be in this location here, and we'll try it. Okay, let's say get this to run. Yeah, no, because I'm trapped here, and there's also a P block on top of the P-switch, which I didn't know, and so it does prevent the Skip Squeak from being moved over. Now, if I had moved the shell all the way over here, the Skip Squeak is still in this position. That still doesn't work. So I don't think we'll be able to do it this way. I'll have to look at this version some other time, I think. Because my current solution definitely doesn't work. So whatever I did was apparently a cheese, although it certainly looked like a fairly inventive approach. So we'll mark it as done for now, because I'm very happy to move on from this one for the time being. Let's do another one. Let me just dig in my codes pile here. And yeah, this is going to be something a little newer. I was hoping to make time for a really huge, reputedly huge puzzle later today. We might do it after this one, which I was told is quick. This is the latest one from Grikowski. Uploaded just yesterday, actually. Between a stump and a hard place. I'll copy the code into chat just for reference. I think this was a re-upload, but a re-upload from earlier in the week, so I do not know the solution. This is new to me. It's a very new upload in general. We'll see how it goes. A recent stump analysis revealed that users may suffer soft lock paralysis. Very curious. Let's see. There's also a clear condition attached to this one. We'll see what it is. But Stump's SMB1 theme tells me an SMB2 mushroom is probably involved, but we'll see if that's the case. Reach the goal as Super Mario. Okay, okay, not SMB2 yet. It is on the right side, though. We've got Big Mushroom on the left, we've got SMB2 Mushroom on the right. Big Mushroom is going to squash the stumps. What is the axe that we're going for? And is the axe on this screen? It might be. Given that the screen is not scrolling any further, that implies the axe is in this central position over here, probably over the ice block. Which tells me that we need to break it with something. Well, let's see. We know immediately that we can bounce the mushroom over here. Let's just see what everything else is. These are reloadable. E-switch activation over here. It looks like you break this stuff and then you perhaps drop a stump on top of it with SMB2. SMB2, yeah, we can launch it immediately. We can grab it immediately as well, and then you would be able to switch to it eventually, but only once you reload through the reset door. Where does the reset door go? Let's find out. This is the reset door. It is actually just a power-up check. And so you are allowed to raise each power-up once and exactly once. Yeah, I will raise it into this position. I will raise this into this position. I kind of wonder then what the purpose of these blocks in the middle are. I feel like they might be used to bump something into position, or perhaps you break them using the big mushroom. I'm not really sure. If you use the SMB2 mushroom, well, let's think about what the objective is. P-switch looks like it's going to spawn repeatedly from the red pipe. Clear condition is to clear using Super Mushroom, which means that we would have to grab one of these and then take... Actually, is this a greater than state? Yeah, no. You'd have to take damage after that. So we would basically need to figure out... Yeah, that's going to be a full reset, I'm sure. So if we had raised this ahead of time, though, or if you just raise it now, yeah, you can't do that because if you're big, then you can't grab SMB2. So SMB2, if it's in this position, you cannot grab Big Mushroom first. However, if you smack these things, then perhaps you can do something about that P-switch. I wonder what this is over here. This block. We'll have to figure that out as well. Also notice that we can nudge these anytime we want. And that doing so allows me access to a second big mushroom, which might be really important. Going over here with a P-switch will do nothing. And we don't see a source of damage right now. However, we do see a skull platform, which may raise nothing. Ordinarily, though, it would raise the SMB2 mushroom by one slot without having hit the block first, which is potentially something critical because it allows me to grab two SMB2 mushrooms. Maybe. Let's try it again. Yeah, hang on, let's take a look at this room again. Reset room. I wonder what this central cycle is. I think it's just a graphic demonstrating that this is a reset room. I feel like we do need to break the ice with something, and that to do so... Because it does look like the ice is sitting on top of the axe position, doesn't it? And then the question is, what do we do with that? Actually, no, it looks like the stump on top of the ice might be covering the axe position. But anyway, so we know that we can use this as a one-time mushroom raiser. So potentially what you do is you use SMB2 to move the stumps somewhere interesting. If, for instance, you move the stumps on top of this location, and then you can drop it on top of the P-switch. Dropping it on top of the P-switch allows you to bust this block. Why would you want to do that? Skull platform isn't going to do anything else for me just yet. Well, anyway, we know we have access to 2 cycles of this and 2 cycles of one on the right. The question is, how do we switch from Big Mushroom back to SMB2? I currently don't think we can unless we have a squish. One way we can set up a squish is to use a stump to squish me from above. If we do some kind of SMB2 setup, to place the stumps in a position that would allow an... Like, if we place the stumps on top of this, and then we use the Big Mushroom to jump, and break this, I might be able to get the stumps to squish me from above, myself. And why would I need both stumps to do that, though? Possibly some kind of Big Mushroom collision rule. Let's figure it out, because so we, you know, don't get pushed to the side or something. So we'll raise one SMB2 mushroom. We'll grab this. Then we'll place, whoops, both of these guys on top. Let's do both, just in case. Maybe not that. Hang on. Okay. Then we do this. And we know that we can smash this again to grab a second Big Mushroom, or at least make it available. We're just testing right now to make sure we get things in position. We can get the second SMB2 mushroom in position for sure, and then we use that to raise the stump in the middle. But then we would need to take damage again after that. So the idea, I think, is that we can actually smash these one at a time and use it to squish. No. Okay, so I'm not pressing anything to duck at that point. It looks like I just get squished in this position. If I'm hitting this from below. If I duck jump into it, though, perhaps I get squished into the semi-solid. Or I just stay ducked. However, so right now the obstacle here is how do we get out of Big Mushroom? I feel like it's going to be a squish. And if we get the squish, then we can do something like a stump drop on top of the P. Stump drop on top of the P would give me access to the top block. We have 33 seconds. Let's start over. What's the title of this? Between a Stump and a Hard Place. Yeah, I feel good about this idea so far. I wonder if I should go block first or skull platform first for the SMB2 mushroom. I think one interesting thing here is that if you do stump on top of the skull, also notice that SMB2 mushroom can remove the cloud. If I put a stump in this location, then I can get the SMB2 mushroom up with the Big Mushroom. And that's how I switch, is... But then I have to be aware of the wall over here. I can't have the stump overshoot, like if I dropped on top of the skull platform. Skull platform would also need to, yeah, would need to come into this position after I break this. I need to raise the stump somehow in this location. Let's think about that, because I can hit this, break it, but then yeah, because I basically want to do some kind of two-tile push here in this location, like perhaps skull platform plus stump, but if the stump is located on top of the skull platform initially, that's not going to work because it will just drop through. Let's try to squish again. Let's figure out if we can make the squish work. I'm because that's going to solve a lot of issues, I think. So I don't know if we have to do skull first or block first, but we'll fix that problem once we get to it. Currently, notice that I can also raise the second mushroom without breaking the block just yet. If I do so, I can also pluck the cloud. Why would I want to pluck the cloud? I can't pluck the cloud even though I'm... Yeah, interestingly enough, I can't pluck the cloud, because if I'm ducking on top of it and I try to use the Y button to pick it up, bouncing off the bumper takes priority. So this cloud will not be destroyed, at least not in this current configuration. So, let's forget about that for a moment. Let's figure out what to do with these guys. I feel pretty good about the idea of doing a squish here. And the question is, how do I do that in a way that doesn't just lead to being trapped in a ducking position here? It does seem pretty promising to do this and then switch. So previously I was getting pushed into the bottom location rather than... Yep. Okay, so you can kind of do that, but the problem with that is that you get completely nuked. And if I stand up in this location, then as the big mushroom, I just get pushed down, but I don't actually... No. I was standing up straight, and I should actually get squished here. And I should be able to duck out of that, and then become small again. The problem was that I was not lowering these simultaneously earlier, so let's try something similar again. Let's just play around with that interaction until we can figure out how the damage is going to work. This will not be the exact solution just yet, but... Yeah, because if I get both of these blocks to drop at once, I should be able to take damage with the big mushroom. And then we can place the stumps differently later. Let's smash everything we can with the big mushroom first. Then we'll smash this up. And if we can get a stump in this location, then, you know, above the semi-solid, for instance, then we can get the skull platform to push it, to push the second mushroom. But if we take damage, that's fine. Like, we don't actually need to do much of that. So, let's do a squish. Okay, good. That's what we want. The problem is that now I need to take an additional point of squish. But let's say we drop the P-switch, then we hit this top block. We don't know what this top block is all about yet, or what the P-switch is for. But let's say... And I would assume that to do a full reset on this puzzle, that this is just going to be a vine. Vine comes down. Why would we want the vine to come down? We don't know that yet. I feel like the stump here is going to reveal the X, though, and that skull platform allows me to grab a third SMP2 mushroom if it gets to that point, which it may. Yeah, this is absolutely stump. Interestingly enough, if I just drop the stump on myself, it should squish me into Super Mario form first while I'm touching the X. Or would it just kill me first? I don't know. Oh no. Okay, never mind. Okay, that's interesting then. Okay, then let's drop one stump down. Perhaps I did need a stump to push the next SMP2 mushroom then. But let's say we drop this. Okay. Then we spawn. Also, yeah, this will be an infinite P-switch for as long as I need it. So the question is, then, what do I do here? I feel like the thing I'm supposed to do is to use the P block to do another squish using the big mushroom. So if we can set up another squish interaction, that would be best. But how do we do it? At any point, we can grab this or kill it, and then release the next SMB2 mushroom. But, okay, first of all, let's see if this kind of drop works. This thing here. That's going to be one of the interactions, because the skull is going to push this... Yeah, we expended the skull too early. The skull is supposed to push this up, and then that allows me to switch between mushrooms once again. The question is, then how do we revert back to SMB2? We can hit this. Then perhaps we can take damage on top of the P block. What happens if I'm on top of the P block when it blocks off? I think it just knocks me down. Because then, let's say we let the P-switch expire. And we'll just sit on top of this for a moment. Yeah, that's just going to knock me off. And at any given point, though, I can switch back to SMB2 and hit the P-switch. And then hitting the P-switch would allow this to drop. Drops my head. And then it squishes me back to regular Mario form. It does not give me Super Mario, though, so... Anyway, we're missing one piece of the interaction here, first of all, which is that the stump should have gone here before we activated the skull platform. That gives me a third SMB2. Once it gives me the third SMB2, then what do? We would then have the ability to switch from Big Mushroom back here. Breaking this with a Big Mushroom seems like it's important, because that allows me to place a stump on top of this location. If we still have stumps available, then we have one stump on top of this. And that would give me one squish. But the thing is, if I'm squished out of SMB2, do I somehow get a chance to keep the Super Mushroom after a quick crouching interaction, perhaps? Let's reset and find out. Okay, so once again, we'll bump this up initially. We'll bump this guy up once. We will eventually break that. We'll place both of these on top. I think I do need both in order for this to work, because otherwise you do just get pushed into a ducking position. We will then take the Big Mushroom, we'll break everything we can, break this, we'll break this, we'll break this. So yeah, we'll place the stump here with the next SMB2 mushroom. I'm low on time, but that's because we expect to reset it at this point anyhow. Now here, I get into this position, I jump, I get squished. It will squish me all the way down to Small Mario. I won't get to keep Super Mario even after the first crouch, I think. Yeah, because you get squished immediately. It's going to be something similar with the SMB2 mushroom after the switch drop that I mean to attempt later. This allows me... Oh, I forgot to raise the second Big Mushroom, but that's okay. We know this is going to be a blown attempt anyhow. Beam Minutes, welcome. Wishing you in advance a Happy New Year. Anyway, this is going to be the next interaction that you get this to roll. Notice that this removes the SMB2 mushroom completely, and so we do need to be pretty careful about when we activate this. We only activate the skull once I'm completely ready to pick up the next SMB2. Luckily, we can do that to switch out of the big mushroom at that point. So let's get over here and set everything up once again. Alright, so SMB2 first. Stumps will go second. And yeah, it's the final interaction of getting myself switched from SMB2 into Super Mario form that I currently don't have. Because I don't know where that damage is going to come from, if not from a squish. And a squish, I think, will squish me all the way to Small Mario, which is not what I want. Unless it's something like a squish in this position, which will squish me directly on top of the axe, which is something I'm strongly considering, that maybe it is going to be the case. That if you're squished in this location, then during the state switch, you're standing on top of the axe and you claim it. But we don't know currently if that's going to be the case, so let's get over here first. And... oh, no, forgot to break everything that I needed. Let's start over. I mean, I could do a soft reset on it, but we'll do it this way. Yeah, we'll grab this guy. And this. So, yeah, we need to break everything with the first big mushroom. The second big mushroom breaks the block above the P-switch. I think that's actually fairly clear at this point. I don't see why I would want to use the Vine Climb with it. We'll grab this, we will break everything. I do mean everything, although maybe not the ice block that is located in the central location for what seems like decorative purposes only. Get over here. Squish. Oh, look at that. The squish actually got me into SMB form just fine that time. I don't know why. Previously, it did squish me all the way down, and I don't know why it worked so well now, but we'll have to keep that in mind because when we do the second squish, that's what I will want to have happen. Yeah, it seems like it's going to be stump on top of the P-switch, then I use that to squish me in this location. You know, possibly from standing here with SMP2 and then dropping a stump on top of the P-switch from this position. So anyway, let's grab SMP2 and do the next setup. We will want this. Oops, no, oh, messed that up. Set up completely. We know it's possible to drop it on top here, so we need to do that. Yeah, Sturt53, I have a question that's okay, do ask. As long as you're not giving anything away, and I think I do have the solution at this point, so it'll be okay. You can go ahead and ask me what you need. Let's punch this. And grab this guy. Same idea as before. We set up the stump for the squish. Let's see if we can reliably do the squish back to Super Mario form. How's my night going? My night is going just fine. Going quite well, in fact, so thank you for the follow. And let's grab the big mushroom over to the left and blow everything up once again. Blow this up. Blow this up. Speaking of which, for those watching the stream, I hope everything is fine in a technical sense today. No sound problems or any of the usual nuisances. I think the production side has been okay, though. Let's see. We've broken everything up to this point. That's fine. We then come here. I wonder if there's a particular reason why I would want the vine at this point. Okay, so I'm just going to drop. I'm not going to crouch, and let's see how it squishes me. It squishes me down to... Yeah, so I don't want to do a crouch or anything. It squishes me down to Super Mario just fine. Just under 5 hours, 30 minutes till the new year for you. Yeah, hope you are enjoying your evening then. Spending the last day of 2022 over on my stream, which you're, of course, very welcome to do. Okay, we switch back to this guy. We try to... Yeah, we need one stump on top of the P-switch. We need one stump in the right position. Okay, great. That's perfect. When we want to switch back to SMB2, then we will go over there and activate the skull. Next thing we will do is we'll take one stump and dump it on top of the P. And then to deactivate that, we can either squish it with the big mushroom or we can just raise this guy. We want big mushroom as soon as possible, though, in order to blow up the question block. Now, we can do it while saving the stump if I pick this up now, throw it, and then grab the big mushroom and smash it quickly. Or... And I don't know if we will need both stumps. I don't think we will, but... Suppose we don't. We'll try it without first, so it's less time sensitive. And what we do is we are going to be very careful not to squish this thing on the left side. We blow this up. And actually, we'll leave the P-switch as is until we have switched back to SMP2. Because I want to maximize my remaining stumps just in case we need them. Notice that we have a stump remaining in this position. That's perfectly fine. So the idea is, we need a P-switch. Ah, okay. No, we need to let the P-switch expire. I was thrown off a little bit because of the music change. That, interestingly enough, it switched back to the... Oh, no, the P-switch activation music was correct for SMB2. That's fine, that's fine. Let's do a drop over here. What I want to do at this point is drop this guy on top of the P-switch, and then I get squished. And I want to do it from this position so I don't die. If I'm correct, this should squish me to SMB Super Mario form if I am not in a crouching position. Once I... Whoops. Hang on. We need to be fairly precise about this, unless I just do a throw. A throw might work. Perfect. We got it. And that is the solution. All finished. Pretty satisfying. We had most of the pieces together. The main thing was just a squish logic, that I need to have my D-pad in neutral when I'm squished by the stump. If I'm ducking, oddly enough, it does squish me all the way down to Small Mario, which is kind of counterintuitive, and that's the way it works. So it was just a matter of remembering that if I'm in a neutral position, it squishes me down to Super Mario instead and just forces me into a crouching position without me pressing any inputs to crouch. So that works. Thank you for the GGB minutes. Okay, I'm going to fire up a puzzle code that I've had sitting around for a while, and which I am told is extremely long. And we'll see if we can finish it today. But I have been warned that this one could take a while, so we'll do it today because might as well see if we can cram it into the end of 2022. I'm going to paste the code in chat just for reference. So this is the puzzle that Wes Crafted made for the Tower Escape contest. We featured many of the levels in Tower Escape several months ago, but I didn't get to this one, and I was also recently very impressed with a level by Wes Crafted that was this Mario Gets Lost in IKEA, which I thought was excellent. and was recently judged as part of the Alternate Dimensions contest. Highly recommended, by the way, for puzzle lovers. We're going to do this one, though. I'm told that it could take a while. This was not the original contest version, I think. It was re-uploaded afterwards, and as you can see, there are 2 clears currently, and the world record is a very tight 75 minutes from Defender. Trollmaster Defender. So, get used to seeing those blinking blue blocks of an onomatopoeia. So, here I am thinking, how bad could this possibly be? Well, we're about to find out. And Surd53, I'm trying to figure out what that emote is. Some kind of red blue ticket. Anyway, Tower of Power. We've got a rainy tower entrance over here. Let's head up the pipe. See what happens. Oh, I have played this, I think. No, I have played this. I think I solved the previous version of it then. Okay, never mind then. I actually did solve an earlier version of it before. I just didn't recognize the title. I'm sure I've done this one, actually, so maybe we won't do this one after all. Although, we could clear it in the current version. No, I'm actually sure I have beat this one, so maybe I confused it with something else. No, because I definitely beat the earlier version of it. This is the one that you do POW drops all over the place. All the way down. So maybe we won't do this one. We'll do something else instead, since I know I've cleared this one previously. Although we could go for the record, I just don't remember the solution. It is a 75-minute record, but you know what? I think I can beat it, actually, because I have beaten this level before. So we might as well do it. I said I would do it, so. But I played this level months ago, so maybe this is not the brightest idea. Because I might not remember what to do. Yeah, because you just drop POWs into each position, and you ground pound them at certain points, I think, to escort them over. That's the thing, I don't remember it, and I don't know what has been revised in this version. But it was something you could do. Oh yeah, no, I know what it is. You do like a series of soft drops to bounce the POWs over. Like this. That's how you do it. And then you go around to drop it into the next position. Yeah, I have solved this one before. I didn't recognize it, that's all. Because I was telling Westcrafted that I hadn't done this, and I definitely have, now that I look at it. So. My apologies for hyping this up as something totally new. There was something here that I think raises the blaster into the right position. I think you throw it in low gravity and then, yeah, you cart this thing over. Yep, that's what it is. That's how you do it. If I time out a lot on this one, we will probably not do the whole thing because I have, as I said, definitely solved it before at some point, but we'll see what I can do. I think, yeah, we cart this over, but then I needed to preserve access to the on-off switch, so maybe this is not correct. We would need to have dropped something below it. We might need to reset this. Hang on. Let's see. That's what the reset door is for. Dorther Ameti, welcome. Yeah, Dorther Ameti, I thought I hadn't done this before, but I actually have. I did a previous version, and so I had it marked as uncleared, even though I definitely have cleared this. So, if I time out on this one, I'm perfectly happy to move on to a different one for the time being. I know that you had something new you wanted to show me as well, so we can definitely do yours. Yeah, I think previously I had dropped a POW underneath, and we just kind of run underneath to hit the on-off switch. And yeah, so we can reset and try it again. Because I think what I did previously was I had to block it in this position. Well, we just dropped some POWs down here first. We dropped 2 POWs down here so we can run across either way. So, bit of a tricky position though. I don't remember how I did this. But I think we do drop both POWs first and then... Oh, oops. Yeah, tricky to execute, but we can do it. No, except you need an additional POW to raise this. Never mind. Because, yeah, basically you can raise this guy to the right, and you can sort of stop him. If you just stop it, actually, then you can run freely to the on-off switch. Yep, that's what it was. I'll have to dig up my old VOD for this one, because I actually have finished it, so... Dorla Remetia, I'm actually quite happy to do your new one now if you want, since I sort of budgeted this stream with the expectation that I hadn't finished this level, and I definitely have, so... Just completely failed to recognize it from the thumbnail. But I'm certain I finished the previous version, so... If you have your code, and in fact I have the code for your more recent level, or your contest level rather, sitting around, so I'm quite happy to touch in, yeah, your maker code, which is right there. This is why I should actually check my codes before I stream, because we'll break that 75-minute record at some other point. I can definitely do it. I remember taking a long time with that puzzle, but I perhaps confused it with something else. Anyway, Linking Dilemma. Is this one you want me to try? Find a way to escort the Link. Not surprised that Barnstorm has the record. And given that Barnstorm loves his Link levels. Let's take a look. Reach the goal as Link. Okay. Alright, we have Reset Door over here, we have Master Sword on the left side, we have an axe that I can get to. And why is it difficult to get to the axe? Because first I have to get through the donut platforms without losing a sword, and so I basically have to take damage on the right side while having a sword available. So let's say we blow this up. And what's this? Vine as well, okay. Because the reset door would reset everything, of course. Now let's say we run to the left side and punch this thing. Then we have... yeah, that's just telling me where the reset door is located. This will not be something interesting. Actually, you know what I want? I actually want the sword to be in this location. Then we take damage on the left side, then we kind of do a half-tile thing over here, step over to a one-way panel, and then grab the sword from the left side. I think I should be able to do it, that we grab the sword while standing halfway. We're going to try it. But in order to do that, I would need this block to remain intact, and I would need to bomb the one above it. And then you kind of go step by step over here to put the sword on top of the icicle and over. So let's reset. Yeah, because we want to create a bit of a staircase, if I understand this properly. And a staircase using the icicle. And And I should be able to punch the sword through the icicle. In fact, it was trapped down below the first one-way panel. Ideally, I do want it on top. But supposing that I bomb 2 tiles. Let's try with 2 tiles, and then we'll try it with 1. Because the sword is going to slap at 1 tile. And then... yeah, you can bump that up, but then that doesn't really help. It's going to go too low, yeah. It felt like I probably could have put it into position, though, if I done that just slightly differently. And in fact, we can try this again in this position. I feel like maybe I do need 2 tiles, so push it against the wall and then push it on top of the second block. One-way panel is still going to constrain it. But maybe you just take it all the way up the tower and then see what happens. Yeah, that's not going to work, so let's reset and try a slightly different setup. With maybe... well, first of all, let's try the full 3-tile column just to see how raising the sword is going to work. This is obviously not going to work. But, yeah, you do kind of need 2 tiles. Interestingly enough, you can probably lodge it in the middle tile. That's not going to help too much, though. Because then it's going to still fall under the one-way panel. I can, for instance, deliberately take damage like this, knock out the middle tile. It's not going to work, but we'll try it anyway, just to demonstrate something. Yeah, because if the icicle breaks, then I can kind of get on top of this side here. You kind of nudge it over slightly like this, but it's right on the edge. Oh no, too aggressive. I could land it right on the edge there, then you bomb the upper tile, and then you can send the sword all the way over to this side. I feel like that probably will be the solution. I actually really like that solution, if it's what I think it is. Where you use the ceiling tile to constrain the sword, so you move it somewhere a little more advantageous. Like you just nudge it over. Oh no, I don't want to hit the lower block though, that's the risk of doing this. But that's okay, this is still a salvageable position, and then if I hit the block now it doesn't matter because it will not activate. So that is fine. As long as we don't overshoot too much with the sword. So, now we bomb the top tile. And we send the sword over. Almost. I felt like if we double tapped it, we could have made it over that time. As long as we tap it before it goes over to one-way panel. Let's try something similar again. I feel like this is actually on the right track. Nope, let's try it again. This time with the blocks pre-activated to minimize disruption. We'll nudge this as far as we possibly can without knocking it over, and then we will drop a bomb over here. Nope, I said drop a bomb over here. How hard could it possibly be? Then we tap. Nope, not quite. Maybe it can be moved further to the edge, or maybe this will just not be the solution, but I feel like it's still worth trying. We'll try it a few times, and if it's something that we really can't position, then I'll reconsider alternatives. But I kind of like the feel of the solution right now, which is why I'm insisting on it. Nope, hang on. Let's try it again. Nope, let's try it again. Okay, right on the edge. That's a lot better. I feel like this should work. We were only really able to do a single tap earlier. There we go. Now we just tap it over further. Pull up this block. And we'll just jump up under the one-way panel and do more tapping. There we go. And tap. Tap like that. You take damage down below and then walk over by a half tile. And then time's up. That looks like it was a solution though, but time's up. But hey, that was a demonstration. Let's tap this in advance so we don't have to worry about it. Yeah, we take it all the way to the edge. And then... whoop. Let's not slide all over the place. Just for fun, don't destroy the top block. Too bad, too late. Why wouldn't I want to destroy the top block? Because it's supposed to be a more convenient position? We'll find out. Oh, you don't destroy the top block. Okay, well. Anyway, we got to clear. Well, I mean, just for fun, well, let's try it without destroying the top block once, and let's see what the deflection pattern is. Because I guess I didn't really get a proper look at that, so... I'm pretty happy with how quickly I saw that one, though. Because the self-damage here to do this precisely isn't something that would necessarily come naturally. I actually feel like the thing you're going for here is downward stab on this to project it over. Perhaps. Also, many people struggle on this puzzle, really. Yeah, I mean, it's an easy thing to miss, because I think a lot of people don't consider self-damage interactions with Link very much. Oops, no. Hang on, let's grab that. I'll try it once this way just to see what happens. I don't know if the idea was that you wanted to do a stomp on the top block to project this over, but we'll try this interaction. Oh, whoops, no. It's pretty fussy. It's not self-destruction, it's the middle block. Okay. Yeah, because people wouldn't necessarily think that you can do the ceiling reposition here with the top block, right? Oh wow, it's actually a really nice bounce. Anyway, we might as well clear it again just to artificially raise the clear rate, or not. Never mind. That's okay, we cleared it. Anyway, good one. I feel kind of bad about not doing a Westcrafted puzzle when I promised one today, so I think we'll look at a different one by him next. Let's go back to his profile. Let's just go back to this one. Try to stab it to the right. Put it on pit. We'll try it later. I want to try out a different one first. No budget puzzle. Help Toad scrounge for every last bit of pocket change. This is a version 1. Then janky one-screen puzzle. That sounds promising, maybe. Let's start at the top and work our way down. And we've got a couple of other ones on the list as well that I want to try at some point. So, reached the goal after grabbing at least 24 coins. At least 24 coins. That's interesting. So it's showing me something with the parachute. Probably the parachute dropping a coin that disappears. It doesn't fall into the pit as a little troll. Okay, I don't exactly know what you mean by that, but we'll have to go back to yours eventually to see that. Okay, we have, for some reason, 10 coins next to this question block over here. We'll see what this is. So we need... Oh, okay, no, I see. Because the idea is that 10 coins are listed here to indicate that the question blocks need to be hit 10 times. Perhaps. And so we drop this, then we come over here, and then, yeah, we need to collect 24 coins, and so we don't want to let the icicle be active in such a way that it will hit that block too soon, otherwise we only get 2 coins off of that. However, we still have a few other coins beyond that. What about this guy? That's something you can send right through. There's 1 coin on top of... So you can get 2 coins off this. Perhaps you can get... Okay, so that's going to force a reset. Is it a soft lock reset? Let's try a couple of interactions. Let's say we hit this first, then we hit this, then we can climb up. Alright, a lot of things to put together here. I can see why it's a no-budget puzzle. You'll notice that everything in this puzzle is off the 100 entity limit. Interesting self-imposed design challenge here that we see. But we'll need to reset into it and see what happens. So I wonder if this is telling me on the top right... Okay, so this is telling me that this horizontal track is a single coin block. It's telling me that the empty square is the vine, we already knew that, and it's telling me that the square around the question block is a single coin, and that the unmarked question block is 10 coins, which means we need to be careful about the icicle interaction over here. Probably we step on this first, and we let the icicle drop, then we step on this second, and now that is preserved. Good, good. That is what we want. If we hit the question block from below, what that gets me is a coin that is going to be in a parachute. The coin on the parachute should bounce on top of the conveyor belt. The conveyor belt should send it over so it's collectible. That's 1 coin accounted for. Second coin on top of the gates. And then you have 20 coins from the 2 question blocks. That's 22 coins accounted for. Then where are the other 2? The other 2 should come from other block-based interactions, perhaps. Let's activate this first. Okay, good. Now we hit this 10 times. Now we drop the icicle first so we can run across to the coin that comes from the conveyor belt. However, the problem right now is the donut block. That the donut block is still alive, and so I don't have a way to get over to the coin once it comes down, because it's going to be on top of the donut. I needed the coin to flow over here so we could bounce this guy over, but no, the donut is still something that has respawned, and so perhaps I just didn't do this quickly enough. Yeah, because this goes over, I needed to hit it with the block. Hitting it with the block would send it over, and then I needed to do it without the donut block having respawned. And yeah, no budget is low budget, pretty much. Anyway, so yeah, we're missing... Okay, no, because you get 1 coin off of that block. You get 20 coins, and then we have a few remaining that we need to take care of. So, to jump on the side here, we hit this guy. And then this is going to be 10 coins off this. So you get 20 coins. We're missing that one. We're missing the one on top of the gate. We know that there's a vine block that's underneath that icicle, but there's a damage gate that I need to take care of somehow. What is this icicle all about? I don't know what that icicle does. Oh, notice the track that is in the top left. That's 1 coin. And this track here is another coin. So 2 tracks, 2 coins. 1 coin on top of the gate, 1 coin from the parachute block on the left. That's 24 coins. Okay, so 24 coins are accounted for. It's just that we need to figure out how to hit both of these. You hit this one by jumping on top of the donut block and lowering it. You lower the donut block and jump like that. And so I'd need to remember to hit the one on the top left. Here, I drop the icicle and I think I just run across? No. That seems awfully precise in a way that is not plausible. So then I need to figure out how to actually jump across to this gate here. Maybe I jump on top of the icicle and then I walk. It's not going to be activating the block because then I can't get through. So I don't know how to get across to the gate right now, that's the only thing. I think I have all of the other interactions mapped out. But crossing over to the gate is one thing I do not have. Anyway, you can crack this. You crack the second one. Come through. Like this. I need to go quickly to point immediately, but the problem is that the donut block is going to respawn long before I can get to that. What I can do is I can drop another donut block and jump through it relatively quickly. I still don't quite like that. I think it's going to take too long to actually get to that. So if I can get and this to happen differently, I can drop on top of the icicle, I can hit that block. I actually need to figure out how to... Yeah, if the parachute coin comes out, the coin comes out over here, I bump the coin using this block, then I need to figure out where it goes. It's not going to go to the right. It's probably going to go up top, which means that I need to then drop into that position. Let's figure out where it goes first of all. Let's just see how this interaction looks. And then I can map out where that coin is supposed to go. Oh, whoops. Let's hit this 9 times. We'll hit it a 10th time after this comes up. Okay, okay, and that hits, which is interesting. Yeah, because you collect it by hitting this with the coin on top. Alright, that resolves that. So we solved everything except for the entrance. Ah, I see. So we need this block to not be destroyed by the icicle. If it's not destroyed by the icicle, then I'm okay. How do I not destroy it with the icicle? Because the icicle is going to fall from proximity either way, so how do we not kill it? We need to think about that. Anyway, this is simple enough. We need to activate that block right away, I think. If it's an activated block, then the icicle should not be able to cut through it. because it will be hard. Yeah, actually, yeah, I just need to jump into that block quickly to get it to spin. If it's spinning, then the icicle falls through it. It does not get destroyed, and then we would just walk across it. So I can't do it on this attempt, but we'll figure it out on the next attempt. Basically, now this donut block is going to be a concern. I think I need to raise it, or rather lower it, like hit this. Icicle is going to do a bit of a wiggle, and we need to hit this immediately before the icicle falls down. So that's the only remaining one. Yeah, I didn't see that the block gets destroyed by the icicle my first time through there, but we'll do that instead. Okay, we'll hit this 9 times. We'll hit this once. Collect this. That's 12. We need to hit immediately. And then we save it. It might be a bit tight coming from right to left. So we'll need to consider that on the way back. Maybe that vine block is important. We haven't interacted with that vine block yet in terms of figuring out how to get it to interact with the icicle. But if I smash that block when the icicle is coming down on top, we'll see. We'll see. I'm not confident in that yet. Okay, let's grab this after the next icicle drop. Whoop. Nope. Okay, we can always go back and redo this one. $23. So we drop the donut block and then we run. Nope, it doesn't work. That's right through. Perhaps I do need to stop this. So we don't know what to do with this block yet. That's the issue right now. But perhaps if I hit that... Well, then we can't get through in any case. We would need to reset for sure. But if I can get through the reset door, then that would be good, except I can't at this point. However, if I go up top, over the top of the screen, and we do this one last, that's how we do it, because then we do the reset. Or rather, we don't even need to do the reset, we just drop and circle around the left side. So we cannot go right to left, because this will stop me from saving the block from the icicle, but we go around top like this, and we do this coin second last. And that's the solution. That makes a lot more sense, yeah. I was thinking about the ceiling walk, because, you know, why else would you have this coin on the left here, right? Unless there's some interaction with it, but that is how to do it, for sure. Okay, let's try it again. Alright, so, you know what, let's do this one first since we have all 10 active on the other block here. We don't need to count. Okay, so we need to run this quickly and hit the block immediately, save it. Yeah, it's a nice way to do this gate over here, actually. It's nice and subtle. Hang on, let's be very careful not to activate Divine too early. Let's do the donut block here next, because we will need it. And then we can drop the icicle again and run up top. Then we hit this. And we can do this again. We don't need to save the icicle this time, but just for safety, we'll do it that way. Now we need to be fairly quick about this one. Not that quick. I accidentally grabbed the vine. I was trying to fall to the left, and that was just a mistake. That's okay. We know the solution at this point. We just need to execute the last step. Down we go. Okay. Alright, we'll head down this way. And then... yeah, blow this up. Oh, let's not do the accidental vine climb again. Donut block is next. Come over here. Drop this guy again. Then we'll run over here. Pop this. Oop. Careful. Now we need to... oh, no, that's a problem. So yeah, this is a problem actually, that we need to have this block available without the icicle respawning. So we actually haven't solved the second half of this yet. We haven't solved it yet. And I don't quite know what that will be. Let me think about it. You think you see it? Yeah. Because if the icicle is located in that position, it's always going to come down... maybe it'll come down a second time before the block stops spinning, though. Because maybe the timing is a little bit different. Let's try it again. I'm going to go directly for that, actually, just so we can test the timing without doing the rest of the puzzle first. I just... whoops. Not that quickly. I just want to test the timing first before we do anything else, because we're still missing that gate step at the very end. And I still haven't used the vine block yet, which concerns me. No, it does break pretty much immediately. Now, why would I want to activate this guy when it's just going to block me? Unless there's some way I can destroy it. Or something I can do with the overlap. Because I know that I can come here with the yellow block still active. I know that I can lower the icicle and keep the yellow block spinning. But I don't think I can lower it indefinitely. Let's try this again a few times to figure out what this is going to be. So I need to think about why there would be a vine block in that location. I guess it prevents a certain kind of precision jump from making it over, and would enforce that I need to step across. But then this always respawns... oh, it respawns just before. Nope, that breaks. So maybe it's supposed to go through twice, but... yeah, because it prevents you from doing some kind of precision jump off the icicle. So I think this is just here as anti-cheese. But if it's just there as anti-cheese, then do I send 2 icicles through the yellow block by doing some kind of late activation on it? That's the question. Let's try it again. We need to figure out the last coin first, then we'll put together the rest of the puzzle. There should be some kind of low execution way to do this. So let's say we get this to drop immediately. No, too late. Yeah, that timing doesn't work at all. Let's figure it out. I actually want the yellow block to activate as soon as possible. I said something earlier that should work. Perhaps something to do with the overlap. Where we get the icicle to overlap the block. Didn't think that would work. No. And then... yeah, I don't see why I would ever activate this, that's the thing. But if I prevent the icicle from spawning... how can I prevent the icicle from spawning? I don't think I can. Maybe if I can find some way to destroy this block here. There's something I am missing with this step. We know that we can come back to the left side and loop. I think doing the loop on the left side is definitely going to be required. Nope. Still standing too close. Yeah, that's definitely just anti-cheese. Well, we've got everything else in this puzzle. This looks like a fairly isolated interaction. It doesn't look like it's going to interact with anything else in the level, so we just need to figure out this one thing. We get the icicle to wiggle, we lower it, get this thing to stop spinning. Doesn't look like it's... yeah, once again we can maybe delay a little bit. And then get the icicle just drop immediately. That's still too slow. No, the collision doesn't work. We never want to activate that, I don't think. Because there's just no way to cut through it. However, if you respawn through the door on the left side, then that always resets the vine block. You can reset this as many times as you want through the door, actually. But then that doesn't help you if you don't know how to get through this in a single attempt. Let's see. And yeah. I can always reset through the door in the top left, but then that does not help. Because you come through here. Is there some way I can take damage, perhaps? Let's think about this. I don't think there is. I think... just run across? No. If it breaks on the bottom block, then... Whoops, hang on. I feel like I'm missing something really, really simple with this interaction, but let's stop running into that. Just instinctively running right every time. So I've got 23 out of 24 coins on this. We need to just figure out how to cross the gate. We know we're going to go left or right. We know that's always going to be available to me because I can loop around the left side. Delay? Nope. Yeah, I don't need a hint. I'm going to try to figure this out. But I feel like I am missing something fairly obvious. Yeah, because you can't just delay this interaction because the icicle will still respawn too quickly. Can't really stop this from spinning. And if you activate the block above it, that doesn't do anything for me. Because the icicle is still going to drop the same way every time. You don't think it's pretty obvious. Okay. Well, let me think about this. Let's pop this first. Icicle respawns. It's still going to remain every time. Can't really walk across at this point. If the icicle makes contact, then let me think about that. Run across like this. Activate. Nope. You do need to preserve that block, and you do need to not activate this block, so... How would that happen? Not going to be some kind of precision jump here. We wouldn't know how to line that up anyway. Yeah, ideally I'd like to block the icicle somehow. But I don't think that works because icicles will always respawn on top of you. I'm just testing that. I was pretty sure they do, but... Let's see, 23 out of 24, and then we just don't have this one piece. Yeah, the donut block to the left of the gate is just there to control right to left. We can assume that we do need to take the loop back to the left side. Activate the block. And then where do we stand to get the icicle to drop while the block is being refreshed once again? We need to do something with the block timing here, that's the thing. If we are overlapping the block, we can manipulate its timing. Because we can keep it spinning, right? There we go. That's how to do it. We overlap the block and delay it. Yeah, that's it. We have it. Took me a moment to see that, but turn block interactions can be relatively niche that way. So yeah, you saw it a lot sooner than I did, but I got it. Okay, 11 coins over there. Then let's not mess up. If we do mess up, we reset. Simple enough. I've used that turn block interaction in some other puzzle before, I think. I can't remember which one, but it seems familiar to me. In terms of doing the delay. I hadn't seen that in a very long time, though, so it didn't occur to me. Yeah, pretty clever design just to use all of these pieces that are off the 100 budget. Anyway, let's not mess this up. Let's grab this. And then let's not mess this up either. So we poke this, we go to the left, we stand on top. This comes through, and that's the gate. And that's finished. Okay. Well, that was fun. Let's do another one. I've got one that has also been sitting around my pile of codes for a long time. Hopefully it's not one that I've also played in the past. I don't think it is. But we will pull up an older one. That I don't think I've seen. And I will, as usual, put the code in the chat. Low budget puzzle with 0 entities? Yeah, no, that's why it's a no budget puzzle. Same idea, right? Low budget puzzle with 0 entities? I mean, that's not mutually exclusive, right? Like, no budget is still low budget. So I don't see what it is you're arguing with. Anyway, this is an older one by 3Good5U from January of last year. High difficulty POW puzzle. Also, POW drops are cheating. Interesting. Thwomp plus POW equals a question mark. So let's see what that means as we enter Thwomp and Circumstance. Okay, so everything is pointing to the key door in case it's not obvious. I guess people could easily miss that if you didn't have the arrows. Maybe this was one of the things that was playtested over 4 versions, and it was repeatedly some kind of issue. Anyway, we've got Thwomps. We've got something that looks like Thwomp range. Oh yeah, okay, so you activate the on-off switch on your way in. We need to have another on-off interaction at some point. We don't know where that's coming from yet. But we'll grab the key. And then we need to escape with the key. Looks like Thwomp can launch me. We need to place the POW maybe a little further left, and we'll approach the Thwomp from up top. Let's try this. Good. So we've got one POW. Also, we can continue climbing. Let's continue climbing. Looks like we would need to break everything here in order to proceed. So, the POW is something that we can place under the Thwomp if it's not activated. I don't know whether it's a side Thwomp or a forward Thwomp, or a down Thwomp rather, yet. Let's take this with me and find out. Looks like it is not a down Thwomp, which means that we could potentially nudge it. Oh, look at that. That is interesting. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. That is also not what I wanted. Let's reset. Anyway, we had the right idea here. We approach from up top, take this down. We can definitely nudge this Thwomp somehow. One-way panel over here, though. We can also just throw the POW into the thwomp to lower it, but then the blaster would get in the way, so we actually do not want to do that yet. Oh, whoops, no, that was accidental. I did not mean to come in, but we can do it, because that gives me the POW. And yeah, we approach this from the top. That sends me up, but not quite the way I want. Alright, let's not enter that by mistake this time. We probably want some kind of on-off switch, but we haven't seen how to activate the next one yet, so... Assuming we kill the thwomp, then we can see what the blaster gives me. We don't know if the blaster gives me anything interesting yet, so let's kill this first. That gives me another POW. Okay, then we can recycle this POW through the door, and then we get 2 POWs. And that way, perhaps we can do something to reposition the thwomp with a 2 POW stack. And eventually nudge the thwomp out of position so we can just run underneath. So let's try that. Notice that we've got hard blocks all over the place too. Scroll break our way up to the top as well. Anyway, let's race this. Oh yeah, we probably want the POWs to be beside each other. Like this. Swamp is going to be infinite height, so whoops. That's okay, we can always go down and grab the other one. We'll just lodge it over here. Great. We haven't really kept track of which POW is which, but that's okay. We should be able to just nudge this and probably do a double POW stack under the thwomp to displace it further. Nope, hang on. Nope, that's also a problem. Nope, that's also a problem. That's a big problem, actually. Because now what we can do is... Yeah, we needed to displace the POW forward, actually, because the idea is that if we can push the POW up, like we can push it forward and displace it that way, then it can block the blaster from falling down to that location. Then we hit the POW. Anyway, I don't remember which one was which. You know what? Let's make that a non-issue just by spinning this. And let's reset through this again. Just to see. So yeah, we can definitely take both POWs up at once. We can just drop. So this POW that I'm holding right now is the one that we had initially. Probably dump one of the POWs on top of the swamp on the left as well if I really wanted to. I don't see why I would yet, but... one thing that could be interesting is launching that POW myself, if we can figure out a way to do it. I'm currently holding the one that we got from the blaster. That's an important thing to track, if we can track it. If we up throw the POW, that's going to get destroyed. We don't want to do that. That will lower the blaster prematurely. I don't know if there's some other interaction that we need to go for here, but let's try it. Perhaps like this? Nope, that's going to displace, and once again we run into issues. Okay, we'll get out of trouble slightly. Very interesting. We can potentially displace the POWs into each other. Somehow. We're running out of time here in this section now. Yeah, because any kind of POW hit is going to knock down the Muncher immediately, it's going to lower the Blaster. Blaster's going to block me. And we can't have that. But having 2 POWs available seems to be progress for sure at this point, so we need to figure out how to use that to my advantage. Loading that POW on top of... Or rather, loading that Thwomp on top of 1 POW allows me to throw the POW somewhere else because that's going to be grounded. I don't see why we would want to, for instance... we can't kill this guy because of the one-way panel. Or at least he needs to be grounded for me to do so. 40 seconds, we will reset into this one. Yeah, so that goes down. I'm looking at this one-way panel configuration here and wondering what we could potentially do with it. Now, we've expanded both POWs, which means that I can take this one. We can also... No, head bump here is not going to work. So this one-way panel here right now is the thing that concerns me. Ordinarily, I think about some kind of interaction that allows me to take damage through the Thwomp. And run through it and take advantage of tricky Thwomp collisions. Notice that if I take a POW through here, I'm able to go through the door. We haven't gone through the door going up this way yet, but that is just a reset door going from that switch. However, that might be useful. Because if, for instance, we take this through here, we have the POW in this position, and then we go through here, then we load into this location for no reason whatsoever. And we accomplish nothing. Okay. However, yeah, this massive heap of heart blocks is just screaming for some kind of Thwomp to come in from up top. So I want some kind of displacement here, which will prevent the blaster from falling down and blocking the gate. Notice as well that there's this one additional row under where I'm standing right now, which might be important. Because if you have a POW dropped in this location and you have a way to run around a Thwomp, then you can come back to the left side and hit a POW. Or grab a POW as well from over here. Right now, though, that doesn't appear to be useful, and in fact, first POW over here hasn't done much for me just yet. So, anyway, we know how to switch into 2 POWs. That's the best state that we have achieved so far. We know how to bump the Thwomp. We don't know how to do a double bump on the Thwomp, which is what concerns me. But perhaps if we do a throw from down here... Nope, that doesn't do what I want. And the Thwomp does block. You throw it into the Thwomp, you get the second POW, then you loop back with 2 POWs. Whoops, not what I wanted. Although eventually those kind of launching interactions could be very useful indeed. Yeah, and you're never going to get an object drop down that side because of all the one-way panels preventing you from manipulating that. Ideally, what I want to do is I want to push the Thwomp into a position that allows it to disrupt that blaster drop from the Muncher. Now, how do we do that? Let's get 2 Thwomps, or rather 2 POWs first. Because we take the second POW back with me, And then I have the second POW available here. We will have an additional POW at that point because... Yeah, so let's call this POW 2. We take POW 2 back. We have POW 1, POW 2 in this location. We use POW 2 to destroy the swamp the next time around. Then we have an extra POW. And we can have 2 POWs in this position that we have right now. What does that get me? Not much. Ideally, I want some way to place a POW underneath ahead of time. Or somehow bounce it. Yeah, to... Well, anyway, let's reset through here and let's see. So, yeah, we can reset through here, but there's no reason I'd want to do so through that door. We can have 2 POWs available. We can actually jump up directly if I really wanted. We're holding POW 2 right now. POW 2 is the one I should spend because we can refresh it from the blaster at any given time. Might be possible to displace it through the swamp? No. Yeah, I feel like I need to push through that somehow. Oh, no. That's going to be a problem. I will not die to that, though. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Hang on. Not what I was going for. Kind of a bad release. Oh, well, this one will be a reset anyway, so... The idea was that I wanted to have this POW 1 available once POW 2 is used and when it respawns. You have 2 POWs in this location, the blaster gate is down anyway though, so that doesn't seem to get me anything. We should think about an up throw though to do some kind of object displacement. Maybe have a POW available. Yeah, some kind of object bump that allows me to walk through here. Let's loop back and try again. Still don't really have this first interaction down yet. We're carrying POW 2 right now. The one-way panel here is a problem. Swamp here is a problem. But what we could potentially do is spawning manipulation. Although it's on a vertical column, so. What we could do, actually, is not spawn into Muncher in that position just yet. Okay, here's what we do. It's going to be camera trickery. We spawn in down here. Not going to kill the swamp, okay. But not going to kill anything, actually. We needed the swamp to be displaced on top of a POW. Because then you can be in this low position, and then you can kill the swamp without killing the other objects. I see it. I see it. So, let's get 2 POWs first. This will be necessary. Yeah, no, it's camera manipulation. That's what this whole puzzle is. We should take advantage of the scroll. We take 2 POWs in here. POW 2 is the one you should spend, so you have POW 1 available for the blaster, maybe. When we do things this way, might not matter. Okay, problem is the swamp is still not really sitting on top of a POW. We do need it sitting on top of a surface. Because otherwise that will not work. However, it could be some kind of camera manipulation where the Muncher is on screen. No, this is not going to work. Swamp needs to be sitting on something.
Yeah, Thwomp needs to be making contact in order to count as grounded. Not going to count as grounded in this position here. However, yeah, we want to kill the Thwomp without killing the Muncher. That's the objective that we're going for right now. And it seems very much like camera manipulation is going to be the name of the game here, but we need some way to keep the camera down while doing that, so we can keep the Muncher off screen. We're going to do that while having the Thwomp loaded on top of some object. Or even loaded on top of the semi-solid. So we can kill it accordingly. But it doesn't look like that will be the case right now, because as soon as you get up here, you scroll up within Muncher range. This POW, yeah, nudges the Thwomp up. You don't want to do that. Second POW, though, might be able to do something useful. Taking advantage of the doors would be good. Let's take a look at the camera position when I spawn in this position. I spawn through the door, we get this camera view. It gets the Thwomp in and also gets the Muncher in. Okay. Not going to help too much. Let's get back to having 2 POWs because that seems relatively powerful. No pun intended, apparently. This location here, I don't know how to use it yet. It's also something camera related. But we can, whoops, take the POW through. We'll have 2 POWs available here. We know at this point that the Thwomp is not in any kind of useful position. However, if it's possible to maybe do some kind of drop without moving the Thwomp. So I want to get the POW underneath without moving the Thwomp. I think maybe if we use both POWs, we can do that. Just using some way of dislodging myself here. Where we drop 2 POWs in the same location. Let's try it. Let's take the other POW up. Because if I'm able to just bump myself over, tap. Nope, that's going to bump the Thwomp. We don't want that. I want the POW to sit without the Thwomp being moved. That's the thing I'm going for. Is I do not want the Thwomp to move, but I do want a POW to be lodged under it. Maybe we can do some kind of POW chaining. So we don't want the POW to be sitting in such a way that the Thwomp gets bumped. If I don't want that, then how do we get the right displacement? Whoops, no, we don't want to jump through the POW like that either. Tricky.
I can just jump directly. No, I can't. If I fire the blaster, or rather hit the Muncher with the blaster off screen, I think the blaster is still on the stack though, so it will rot because the whole stack gets loaded in with it. Let's go back to 2 POWs first. Back here. Come back over. Then we've got Thwomp staring at me over there. The problem is, how do we kill the Thwomp without moving the camera further in this location? It is going to be some kind of camera constraint, but we need to figure out how. It isn't just going to be from dislodging this with a POW. However, what if you did some kind of despawn and respawn on the POW after it gets dislodged? I don't know if I like that. Let's think about this. You've got a second POW available down here. You can raise the POWs in any order, basically. If I can do some kind of head bump here. Nope, hang on. Like a head bump against the wall, perhaps. But then allow me to displace the Thwomp, or rather not displace the Thwomp. I need the Thwomp to be detected as sitting on top of an object, that's the main thing. Unfortunately, it stops doing that if I'm in this kind of position. But if I have a 2 POW stack, and we might be able to make something happen. Let's do this again. Yeah, that spawns immediately. That doesn't help. Yeah, let's take both POWs up. I still haven't really used the top corner above this. That concerns me a little bit because we don't know what this section is at all, really. And we might not until we've established more of a scroll break. We know that we can drop the blaster immediately, but then dropping the blaster immediately does what? Tricky. Whoops. Now, we can only proceed if we do let the state switch happen, which it must. We know the seesaw is going to take me up initially with POW. I may be thinking of this interaction here a little too one-dimensionally. We know that a Thwomp can launch a POW into another POW. How can we use that to our advantage? Let's grab 2 POWs first and let's experiment. What do I face left here? No. This should work, actually. This location here. I need to not nudge the POW against one-way panel. I need to place it like this. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. That's probably all there was to the solution. It's just more precise placement. We need 2 POWs available for this, though, for sure. So yeah, we just need to stand right on the left wall, face right, soft drop. That should actually work. There we go. That's correct. I had the right idea all along, I just didn't have the right placement. That was entirely correct. Interestingly enough, if we hit a POW on the other side, then we're able to spawn additional POWs using the blaster. And we can use as many of those as we want. Now, what is this? Spike ball? It should be, yeah. And that blows everything up, and then that should give me another POW once I am on the left side. Also, notice the POW up top. So, yeah, we need a POW 1 to be the one that was applicable to me. Like, we need a 2 POW stack, basically. Yeah, probably even more than that. Now, what does this swamp do? This swamp is not coming down this way. Might be a left swamp, which would freeze it in position. We could swap this over to basically infinite POWs if we come down here. And then, nope, at this point that will freeze me, so. However, if I blow this up, it should give me more POWs, right? So, except it's going to kill the muncher, and so that will not go, as that whole thing will drop. However, it does open up the passage up on the left side here. That's one thing I need to take into account, so that we can come back with more POWs at any given time. And did I manage to respawn the bottom POW? No, I haven't, but we've destroyed the hard blocks, and hard blocks stay destroyed, so we can, whoops, stack POWs and progress if I reset through this door. And then we can just take multiple POWs up through this side. So I'm holding POW 2, so to speak. Whoops, let's get POW 1 upstairs, and then there's going to be POW 3 up above that. POW 2 is the one that's respawnable. Let's press again. Once the seesaw will finally hold still. Interestingly enough, you might be able to... Whoops, now I'm stuck. I was hoping to do some bouncing over here. Possibly you can just continue displacing with Thwomp. And stack it up gradually. No, I was hoping to do a 2-stack over here. I did kind of mess that up, but that's okay. We can always go around. Yeah, you can see that this is a side Thwomp. 184 seconds here. Let's unlock myself. Oh, did lost track of which POW is which again. Notice that if you have the blaster spit out another POW, it should be able to get me an additional part of the stack. So we want to take this third POW somehow and reset through a door with it. And eventually we need to nudge a POW underneath the small thwomp that's to the left. So we can activate the next block, which is very likely to be a bomb, I would think. Also, I think we can do some kind of camera repositioning here, where perhaps we could also... Yeah, I think the idea here is that we want to, as you can see, the thwomp can be actually pushed upward. But we would need to lodge it on top of something to do that first. Let's figure that out. Possibly, we can launch the thwomp on top of 2 POWs and just kind of keep stacking it up to push it. I don't really like that. That doesn't quite seem right. I feel like if this spits out a POW, then it's going to bounce on top of the next POW, and then we use the bounce. Well, no, except we can't do that. Like, we'd need to not destroy it. The idea would be that we spawn a POW and have it kind of coast on top of this one, and then jump up. Which POW am I even holding? Let's figure that out. 39 seconds, we're going to have to restart, but we'll just try that again. Holding POW 2. Which means POW 1 needs to get into that position. We will not have time to really experiment with this. Yeah, 10 seconds left. I can't really play with this, but that's okay. We know how to get up to that point. It was just a very minor positioning adjustment. So the idea is that I want the blaster to spit out a second POW and make it bounce. And that might give me enough height to grab POW 3. Or it might not. Oops. I just need to place that over on a seesaw. Grab this. Take this round, holding POW 2. POW 2 should be the one that we spend. Actually, let's leave it down here. Try it again. We'll be very careful. Tap right here. Place this without displacing the thwomp. Kill it. I should be able to get an additional spawn once I activate this. Good. Now here's the tricky bit. We need to get some kind of bounce interaction. Possibly on top of this POW. Now this should fire something at me, right? Oh no, one-way panel. Okay, no, I forgot about the one-way panel. This is not going to spit POWs at me while I'm still standing here. However, if we blow up the Muncher under, you know what, let's just respawn through this. And then we can get additional POWs as much as we want in that location. Then we just need to figure out how to do the next step with 2 POWs available. So yeah, we need to take POW 2 back here again. And then we have access to POW 1 plus infinite number of POW 2s. So the idea is that we do lower this. Oh, no, I should have... No, that was messed up. Hang on. I did that incorrectly. Let's try it again. Yeah, because the one-way panel does obstruct additional POWs. We need POW 2. We need to respawn. Loop back with it. We spend POW 2, keep POW 1, but we spend POW 2 against a Thwomp. Let me get more of those. Potentially as many as we need, or we need to use some of them. Current problem, though, is even if we do have a 2 POW stack up here, how do we use it? So let's figure this out, because can't really build much of a bridge here, unfortunately. At least not yet. Move this in this location. This is going to be POW 2. We can take it up. We might be able to build a bridge over here. Or we run. Get running speed. That may actually be it. In fact, need to manipulate this a little bit further, holding POW 1. Run. Yep, that's it. And then we can go over to the next Thwomp, but then we have that Thwomp trapped under the one-way panel and no way to activate it yet. However, let's just see what its movement is like. We're probably going to blow this attempt. I'm supposed to, I bet, recycle that POW so we can place it underneath in this location. Yeah, this Thwomp just blocks and locks me, so. Yeah, you need to place something under here, and you need an additional POW activation after that. We know how to grab POW 3, though, which is important now because then we have a pretty big stack to work with down below. And that could be a really big game changer. Let's take POW 1. Trade for POW 2. Once again, POW 2 is the one we have to spend. So we'll take it. Oh, okay, that works too. Except, yeah, we are holding POW 1 right now. POW 2 is actually not the one we want to spend because then we can't loop through with it. What am I saying? No. That's correct. As we use it... Oh, and then this POW is still available. Yeah, okay. No, I get it. Let's swap these just for efficiency. This is just going to save me one loop. Down here, hit this. Grab this POW. Open up the hard blocks. Open up the gate. And then we do need to lower this to get additional POWs, which is why we actually do need to respawn down here at this point. Holding POW 2, this is POW 1. I'll also stand over here. I certainly hope this is POW 2, yeah, that's correct. We can then loop up top without dying. And we'll create a stack and we'll run towards the stack to gain the additional tile of height, which will then allow me to grab POW 3. It'll allow me to take POW 3 down below, which then gets me what advantage? Let's... Oh, let's not change positions just yet. No, we should be able to do it. We did change the location slightly, but it does work. I've proven it. It'll allow me to get a 3 POW stack lower down into level. Can definitely do this. It's shown it just now. Oh, nope, that's not what I wanted. It's okay. Get another. Just change some placement. If we can. Absolutely possible to do it. We might need a bit more speed. Go. So we have access to the top left at this point, but only if we can bring a POW over there to kill the Thwomp. And we can probably do it if we find a way to reload one of the earlier POWs in a level. Let's see, we have POW 1, 2, 3 at this point. We can reload POW 2, holding POW 3. We do need a 3 stack in order to jump high enough to get up there, but then we would need to drop something. Ideally, what I can do is I can change the positioning of the big Thwomp so we have some additional tiles to work with. And having a 3 POW stack might be able to get me that, but the problem is that yeah, unstacking that gets me up into that position, but still short by 1 POW. So let's say I take POW 3 down here. I can always loop back downstairs as much as I'd like. And respawn the Thwomp as much as I like, and the blaster always come down a one-way panel. The fact that I have 3 tiles on the one-way panels facing right indicates to me that embracing the blaster with one-way panel might be part of the idea here. We might need to take POW 3 back around. And yeah, I can't really jump over here with a 3 POW stack. And Yeshua Leone, if I've pronounced that correctly. Hello, welcome. We know how to potentially do an up throw here. Up throw would just straight up kill. Oh, few sticks, yeah, that's my term for the channel points. That is actually a term from Scrabble for when you're holding a Q and you can't do anything with it. Okay, let's take POW 3 back through the door and reload it from the start, because I feel like that could get me something. But we need to unlock access to POW 2 again, and that does require spending either POW 1 or POW 3, and currently neither of those options are very appealing. Because neither one of them quite gets me what I want. Now, I can unlock this gate right away. That's what I have when I take POW 3 with me through the loop. But this is never going to spawn anything for me. Seems like the main thing I get from this is the ability to maybe... Can't even brace the blaster in advance, actually, because the swamp over here is in the way as a right-facing swamp. I know how to jump up to the thwomp here. I don't know how to get past it. Seems like I'm missing 1 POW. 1 POW short of what I need. Thwomp is always going to do an infinite weight reaction over there. And we're going to have timeout. Okay. So we know how to get up to 3 POWs so far. Seems like we can't get past the next gate unless we find a way to reobtain POWs from that top position once I've jumped up. Oops. Still a bit of a problem. Let's take it up. Hang on, let's find a better displacement. The seesaw has calmed down. There we go. Much better. This will spawn POW 2. Take it back around. If you jump and then press down and stop pressing Y, then you jump into POW, you can get to the top. Yeah. I think the description of this puzzle said something about POW jumps being cheating. Well, technically. I mean, I know some people will do it. Yeah, but no, I know what you mean by the POW drop and a jump, but I don't think that'll help me because I do need to take a POW with me over to that POW gate, so I already know how to get over there. The issue is... Oh, actually, no, I see what you mean, because you can drop the second POW and then jump up and grab the third POW and go over with it. Yeah, more of a Kaizo-style interaction rather than a puzzle. So I think that's probably not the intended solution. It does work if you can pull it off, but I tend to have trouble pulling off stuff like that, so we'll see. Hang on. Let's try it again. Wait, no, we just need to up throw over here. There we go. That's the interaction I want. I don't know if I spent the right POW for that, but I don't know. We'll blow this up and see what happens. Also, the spike balls, if we can maintain them in position, we could actually spin jump over them. But I think they spawn too quickly for me to do anything because they'll crash down right away. If we can do something to displace the Muncher Blaster stack. And then we might have something going here. Like if we can move the blaster. Doesn't look likely right now, though. We've got 1 POW, 2 POWs. No, we... Missing that one down there. Let's grab this one with me once again. Yeah, I might try the POW air jump later. I don't want to try it right away because I highly doubt that's the actual intended puzzle solution, and I do want to find what the kind of more puzzle type solution is going to be. But yeah, you're probably right that that's an option. I don't execute those things well enough, though, to really do it well. But I see what you mean here, that you can probably do a POW jump on top of a stack like this, hang left, and then hold into the left side to grab the additional POW. I don't want to try that yet, though. I want to see what the actual interaction is supposed to be. But we'll try a couple of different options. Get momentum here. Oh no, we had it previously. We did have this. Whoops. And MGM1, yeah, no worries. Yeah, I did make progress. So yeah, we know how to get up here with this staircase. Quite easily, in fact. I think I do want to raise the thwomp somehow. So the problem is I can't fall into this one-way panel until I find a way to drop a POW in there. And we know that we can drop the Muncher stack to get POWs to continually refresh themselves, but not a very elegant solution right now. I think what we actually want to do is to perhaps get the blaster to drop by 1 stack. If the blaster can drop by 1 tile, then we can place... Oh no, because it's... Yeah, one-way panel is going in both directions, actually, so it's completely trapped there and we can't stack anything on top of it. Yeah, that's the thing. I'm thinking about how we can get some kind of 4th POW interaction here, or if there's a way to get a POW under that thwomp and get out. So here's one thing I haven't considered, is that... So you know that spike balls spawn whenever you re-enter this room, and that they're going to move to either side. So I'm thinking, is there a way to get the spike balls to move into a different position and blow things up on the left? The other thing we could do is create some kind of stack that allows this to be destroyed. I think it's going to be destroyed once you go up top, though. It is going to be eventually a kind of pseudo checkpoint once you activate the question block. I think question block is going to give you bomb. Bomb is going to do a scroll break. Once you do a scroll break, then you have another spike ball drop over here that's going to keep the scroll break for you. You're saying hit 1 POW near the plant and a thwomp. I'm thinking about that because if you... I mean, one thing I haven't interacted with yet is this slot down here, which allows me to potentially re-grab a POW from down below.
Sploosh.
And thank you for the follow. We're going to run out of time on this one right here. And yeah, thank you. Let's think about this. Yeah, we don't always do puzzles here. I do some other things like viewer levels from time to time, so today was kind of a last puzzle catch-up day of the year. What I want to do, actually, is drop... It's possible for me to kill the Muncher without killing the Thwomp, but then do I want to do that? A lot of this level is camera manipulation. That's the thing. Stand on a POW and right as you jump, you grab it, kind of. But that doesn't get you... Like, you can't grab the one that you're standing on. You can't get over the left side and carry a POW off the 3-POW stack, if that's what you're asking. Whoops. Let's try this again. Let the seesaw stabilize. Let's just get back into position as quickly as we can. Pick this through here. Okay. And then... yep. Just go like this. This. Very precise interaction to do that with Thwomp without pushing it. Go through here. Spike balls come down after that. Spike balls load into this position when you come into the room. That might be important. Also, taking this with me to reload. POW 1 is probably... oh no, this is POW 1, okay. That's okay. We'll do that. Round POW with me this time. Let's grab this. Take it back with me. Then we'll take 2 POWs up top. And create a situation where I can... yeah, I'm holding POW 2 right now. That's fine. We want that because I can reload POW 2 whenever I want. Oops. Come on. Up we go. Takes a little while to do some of this. Go. This is POW 1. Holding POW 2. Let's just fire POW 2. Yep, good. Then we can refresh that. Oh, no. Mistake. I did not mean to go through that door. That was an accidental input. Let's try this again. We want to grab POW 2 through the door because then we can reload it infinitely. And that might be important. So we're holding POW 2. We want to hit this. We'll grab POW 1 and take it up. Hang on. Yeah, so POW 2 is available as long as I want. Whoops. Yeah. Now I wonder if there's a way to raise this further. Not with something like an up throw, because the only thing I can handle right now is the POW and... yeah, so we can spend this POW as much as we want, but... we might be able to do some kind of camera-related... whoops, reloading... of POW 3, if we despawn it, perhaps. But let's... whoops. Keep juggling these by mistake. POW 1 is on top right now, POW 2 is on bottom. Yeah, I was thinking about a spin jump on a spike ball. I don't think I can do it quickly enough because they do spawn above me all the time. I think they might come down too fast because they drop automatically when they're within camera spawning range. I don't think I can outrun them. You can try it, but... Because when you come over on the left side, the spike balls take some time to go. When you go up on the right side with a low camera position, then maybe that works. Problem with the spin jump is that you can't really do the pickup out of that, right? But that might be okay if I have POW 3 in this position, so... Yeah, because... people will come up this way. And getting in the camera position up here won't do much for me because I'm scroll locked right now. So we need some way to bounce a POW up there. We know we can just get rid of POW 2 at any given point. In fact, even despawn it if we need. Maybe we can create some kind of bridge from this point. I wonder. No, it's not really going to stretch my nose. You know what? This might be an idea. Bad idea, but get it to stretch. Whoa, what? It's going to fall off the edge repeatedly. Try to create a bridge from this corner here. Problem is that it is a little bit precise. I feel like I'm not going to be able to do it, especially. Yeah, because you can't really jump off of that. We can try it, but looks like I won't really be able to reach that. Yeah, exactly. I'm sure that, you know, even... I'll paste a code here, by the way, in case you don't have it, but... Even if you're trying to do the cheesy POW drop way, for me anyway, that would likely be a lot of resets. Just to get the execution to behave. We need to activate some POW at some point. The thing is that I knew how to take POW 3 back with me through the reset, and then you'd have 3 POWs available. The issue is I don't know what that gets me. And you wouldn't have 3 POWs available because POW 2 would be stuck in the blaster. So that wouldn't work either. Yeah, we can exit if you want to see it, but... Yeah, also POW drops are cheating, that's what it was saying. 1 plus POW equals what? Yeah, we need to clearly do some kind of POW placement underneath the single thwomp so it can blow up. Or possibly do something like sending a spike ball over. How many clears does this have? 9 clears. From very few people so far, in fact. Yeah, it is something very specific that we're not seeing yet. We do have the first series of interactions down at least. I can do it relatively quickly. Not that yet. So yeah, look at how this has 3 tiles of space. It kind of indicates to me that if we can drop the blaster on top of 1 POW, That's not really going to be helpful from this point, though. Okay, currently holding POW 2. Whoops, POW 1's going to displace itself up. Let me just grab that. Want to spend POW 2, so that's fine. Yep, camera trick for this one. So let's say we drop this POW here. And then we suspend the blaster by 1 tile. Does that do anything interesting whatsoever? I'm not convinced that it does. Ideally, what we want to do is somehow set up a 1 block drop in that blaster. And so there might be a way to do something like that. We want the spike balls to drop first. Oh, and then once they drop through, they're... Okay, well, let's see what happens. Yeah, you can't really spin on this quickly enough. And I would need an additional POW to do the thing that I want to do over here. But if you do an up throw on a POW, nope, you can't really displace the blaster. It is kind of stuck in that location. Yeah, as you can see, doing an up throw does potentially lift it. But not when it's stuck in that position. If you can displace the blaster somehow by, for example, dropping it on top of the POW and then shifting the POW stack somehow and bumping it to the left side and then raising it again. Here's what I think it is. I think it's going to be moving the blaster to the left and then raising it again with an up throw from below. It's going to be tricky to set up, but not impossible. I do need to get rid of the thwomp a second time to do that. And when I get rid of the thwomp, I need to be able to sneak over on the right side. Okay, let's take this through. Currently holding POW 2, it's fine. I wonder if I'm able to do some kind of lift on the thwomp without destroying everything. Let's take this with me. So an up throw from POW to POW obviously will destroy the first POW, but let's say we have 2 POWs beside each other like this. Also, I can kind of grab this from below. No, not really. I can sort of lift the POW from below, lift the thwomp from below rather. Standing underneath like this. And then if I do that, then the blaster unfortunately is going to be kept in place by the one-way panel. But let's say I do this. No, up throw does nothing. Blows up both POWs. Okay. I was sort of thinking, if we displace the POW from this position, might be able to make some headway. Let's try this again, though. 175 seconds. Yeah, this level burns time like crazy. So yeah, we know how to raise the POW like this. And we can probably strike it from below again to just keep raising it tile by tile. But in order to do that, I need additional POWs first. Then we know how to obtain 3 POWs, and we can maybe use 3 POWs to do all kinds of stacking magic. So we'll fire this one first so we can release... No, we don't want to fire it yet. We want to... I want to raise the POW, or raise the thwomp rather, as much as I can. Holding POW 1. Hang on. Yeah, you kind of get squeezed out of this too early to do the spin. But let's say, whoops, no, can't really jump into that. No, a little bit too tight. Okay, so we raise this. Eventually we'll want to activate an on-off switch and have a 2 POW stack over here. Then we come in here in an on state, and then we enter the pipe before the automatic switch on the right side. That's what it's eventually going to be. You have a 2 POW stack in this location here, but we have a lot of scroll breaking to go before we can do anything like that. So let's grab this and swap it over. We know how to get up to 3 POWs, and we don't know what kind of stacking magic to do with it just yet. Yeah, let's do this as soon as we can without displacing the POW. Very subtle difference there. Pop this. Yeah, so that comes down immediately. Spending POW 1 gives you POW 2, but that is not currently helpful. However, taking POW 3 down here might be able to reload this in an interesting way. Let's fire this first. Drop it. Take POW 2 back with me. POW 1 and 2. We want to spend POW 2 so we can kill the thwomp and reload, or do we? Because so currently my thinking about this is I want to see if I can get the thwomp to move further up top. For example, we can bump it like this. We know how to bump it using the one-way panel. We can potentially do some more placement from below in order to raise it bit by bit. If I kill it, though, I lose that. However, do I have access to 2 POWs? Yes, I do, which means I have access to the 3rd POW without killing it. POW 2 is at the bottom of the stack. Let's grab POW 1. But we'll try to do as much of this as possible without killing the Thwomp. We'll try to have access to 3 POWs without killing the Thwomp. And then we'll see if we can do any kind of interesting stack from that point. Whoops. There we go. Okay, POW 2 is at the bottom, POW 1 is on top. Let's take a look at the POW, or rather Thwomp positioning right now. Notice that the Thwomp only goes as far as the Muncher. This is potentially interesting. Because if I'm correct, I might be able to first of all grab POW 3 and do some kind of Thwomp displacement, where you move the Thwomp upwards gradually. And move it high enough that I can save myself 1 POW down here. Hang on, let's place this a little bit better. Oh, that's wrong. POW 2 is now on top of POW 1, okay. We know we can do this. It's so tricky though. POW 1 is now on top of POW 2. Lots of speed. It's a little too specific in some ways, this little interaction here. Need to be so precise. I've lost track of which POW is on top of which POW already. Whoops. Yeah, notice this. Whoops, no, that's not what I meant. That's not what I wanted. I think if I had the POW, well, we've lost this interaction at this point, unfortunately. Let's grab that again. Okay, I want to do some kind of displacement on the Thwomp to lift it up. Because that's the only thing I can think of right now. We can definitely move it in such a way that it gets stuck against a Muncher, which is good. And because then we can leave everything else in place for the moment. We do need to grab POW 3, which I was having trouble with because the positioning is pretty exact in order to make that happen. Very exact, in fact. Unless there's some other trick here that I don't know. Definitely do it, though. I've seen it before. Yeah, the problem is that because I keep grabbing the POWs, I always lose track of my order. You definitely do it, though. I've seen it before. Need a bit more speed without spilling all the way over. Seems rather too precise. But it does work. It's just very easy to mess up. We've got 44 seconds left, so this attempt will not be it. But need a little bit of a run. We've grabbed it before, it's just the momentum cut from hitting the wall is always a problem. And 17 seconds, this will not really be worth anything, this attempt. So we've managed to grab the third POW quite a few times previously, but I still don't know how to use it. I was hoping to do some kind of stacking sequence here. And that would allow me to raise the Thwomp out of position steadily, or at least push it. in such a way that it eventually gives me an extra tile to go up top. But grabbing the third POW is really quite difficult, and it's doable, but difficult enough that it doesn't quite feel like a puzzle solution. Anyway, we're holding POW 2. I want to keep POW 2 down here so we can use it for the detonation. Drop it over here. Back to where we were before. And then we want to swap back to POW 2 to have access to it once again through the door. Pretty sure. The fact that it spits out a POW in this location makes me wonder. Because if we can drop this but raise the thwomp high enough that this can do some kind of additional push, then we might be in business. But currently not seeing that yet. Anyway, holding POW 2. Holding POW 1. So yeah, currently, if I understand it correctly, the thwomp will go straight under the muncher. No, it doesn't actually. It already bumps and collides. So the thing is, if you're on this side, though... yeah, no, actually the thwomp is bumping this wall. That's the thing. It continues to bump this wall, which is why it never collides with a muncher. But if you raise it, and if you hit the POW such that the blaster gets loaded on top of the thwomp, then what happens? Nothing, because the blaster is still going to be trapped on the right side of one-way panels. And that's not going to help. Why would you want to loop around down below, then? Anyway, let's attempt to grab POW 3 first, and then we can at least reset back to where we were before. This is, unfortunately, one of the more difficult things to do. It is doable, and doable enough that it seems too big to just be a cheese. It is reachable. Just the positioning is terrible. Because you kind of need to land on top and grab that right away. Hang on. Need as much speed as possible. Whoops. It's weird enough that it doesn't quite feel right. But it's also doable enough that it'd be a pretty big break if it were not intended. Even though I don't know what the follow-up is. Hang on. It's so specific, though. Absolutely reachable. But very, very difficult. And so maybe I should consider that maybe that's not going to be the intended idea. And that the actual intended idea is going to be something involving thwomp manipulation down here. Create a little bit of extra space with this nudge. Then come up, over, and perhaps do a really tiny bump over here. put the POW directly under. Problem with that is that up throw just kills the POW. It doesn't really do anything for you. Even if you do manage to get a 2-tile stack under the thwomp, it raises it up, but then what? What you could potentially do is move the thwomp to the right and then trap it. And why would you do that? What advantage would it give you? And we know we can get 3 thwomps in this position. Maybe some kind of head bump over here. We can... Oh, I killed the POW by stacking it on itself. Always happen, but when it does, it's somewhat spectacular. Yeah, that's not going to happen. It's really quite tricky. We may have to revisit this one. I did not expect that would give me this much trouble, because it is something simple with this stacking interaction here, but the fact that it's such a difficult reach to get POW 3, although difficult but possible, really makes me reconsider. Perhaps all the people who cleared it really did do it with the cheese instead. Let me think about that. Was this POW 1 or 2? Let's raid. Find out. So this initial POW, I don't know if there's anything else we need to do with this swamp over here. It will eventually be relevant, but perhaps not yet. Holding, whoops, no, mistake. What is with these? Finicky D-pad errors. Now you can always get the spike balls to roll into a thwomp. Or roll into a POW, rather. I don't know why we'd want to do that, though. It's not yet. I'm going to time out here. I'm going to give this probably one more timeout, and then we might call it for now, unless I can figure out a cleaner way to reliably reach POW 3 over here. We've done it a few times, like I said. But we don't know where to proceed from there. Because we clearly need to lodge a POW with perhaps a push. We're on the left side. That's the thing, is that maybe you can jump up in this position. No, the bumper creates issues. Hang on, let's redo this. Okay, we'll trade up. We'll do the first scroll break. Is there any particular reason why I'd want to do this, let's say? Because maybe you're able to drop something else on top of that. And then use that to create some kind of interesting stack. Anyway, let's move this down here. Whoops, no. It's down here. Same idea as before. Like the first solution we've had ages ago, and we just haven't progressed past that point. It's purely a camera-based solution. Over here, kind of a quasi checkpoint as we break the hard blocks. Then we trade back to POW 2 if we can. Yeah, notice how you can kind of do that initial bump with the up throw into the muncher pushing Blaster, which means that if I find some way to maybe displace that stack, then we might be onto something. But right now, what we know how to do is kill the Thwomp, have a reloadable POW 2. I don't know how to do the Thwomp displacement, if that's actually the method that we want to go for, but I'm thinking of whether there's a way to preserve the muncher. Move the blaster. Now, the only thing I can think of so far is just move the Thwomp somehow, but I don't see a good way of doing that. Even with the sort of stepladder interactions that we were dealing with earlier. Potentially you can bump it up, but then that kind of bumps it up by half a tile. Putting in a second POW there doesn't really help too much, but you're able to go from below, that's something new, and then if you're able to go from below, maybe there's some kind of additional stack that is possible. I feel like at least part of this is going to involve bouncing a POW on your head through some kind of soft drop trickery. Until we see that in action, we have to assume that we should somehow move up to POW 3. Find a more reliable method to do it. So we know how to stack additional POWs. We also know that perhaps I can get the POW coming out of the blaster to bounce in an interesting way. So, for example, we can fire this off and then we can see what this does. Oh, it just stops. Okay. Hang on, let's place this. Yeah, I don't think this is actually going to do anything interesting for me yet. However, if the blaster is placed one additional tile up, maybe it has some potential. Especially if... So notice how if you take one POW off of the stack, for the second one, then you can kind of bump an object up further. So the idea is that you... Whoops. You can also do this, yeah. And I wonder if that kind of interaction allows you to potentially move Thwomp. As we do it from below, we might actually be able to make some kind of headway here. Because supposing I can push the Thwomp this way. know what? Let's try it. Let's take POW 2 with me. Actually, I don't even remember which POW is which. Let's just toss that. Doesn't respond. This is POW 2. Okay, let's try that. So we can move this. Myself a little bit more space. Maybe jump from below. Soft drop to gradually move things up. Nope, it doesn't quite work here. Need to really hug the wall to do that. Whoops. Lost that. However, like I was saying earlier, if we have a 2 POW stack and we remove the bottom POW, then the top POW gives me a bounce. And then that might have some potential. For example, if I can somehow stack these two. This is a rough place to be in. Nope, too specific. And this does have the side collision off the thwomp. However, if you kind of step over here, 1 second. Okay. I think we are going to call it for now. I will need to get back to this one to think about it. And I'm going to mark it down as something to return to and hopefully track things accurately this time to avoid the issue we ran into earlier in the level. Yeah, and even a lot of the puzzle veterans here have not necessarily cleared it, so there's some trick to this we haven't seen yet. We'll have to get back to it at some point. I think this is going to be probably the last thing that we can see today, though. That will also be it for our streaming in 2022, I believe. So happy new year to all of you, whether it's just a few hours away or a day away. And we're going to send you off to somebody else in a moment. So we did okay today for puzzles. Not great, but we got a couple of lingering clears. Yeah, we have cleared Tower of Power before, which is why I don't have to clear on this version. I just didn't realize it was re-uploaded from something we had seen previously. Thank you for the follow. We're not running viewer levels today, and I'm about to log off, but we are going to get back to running viewer levels fairly regularly starting next week. I've been off it during holiday hours, basically, but it's okay. You just came in at the very end of the stream, that's all. But I do run viewer levels from time to time, and I'd be happy to look at your code at some point. But yeah, we got a couple of clears, including some that had dogged me for a while, and the puzzles in general were pretty high quality today from a lot of makers that we'd seen before, so. With that said, I'm going to scan around for a destination to raid next. Once again, Happy New Year. Enjoy counting down, however or wherever you're going to do it. And we will send you off to somebody else in just a moment. So, I've got an idea of where we're going to go. And I'll tell you where that is very shortly. For the moment, though, thanks for watching either this stream or indeed all year. And we'll hopefully get back to some of the unsolved content to give it a proper look soon enough. Until next time, and indeed until next year, have a wonderful a day, month, year, an indefinite span of time ahead of you. Have great fun making and playing. And as always, fare thee well.